Chapter 56. We are indeed friends. Su Chen nodded and looked at the giant tree, asking, "Uncle, does the blue fruit grow on this tree?" Other than this giant tree, there was nothing else in the Wolf Valley. If there really was a blue fruit, it could only grow on this giant tree. The blue fruits are all with me, 4 in total. You can have them all. Yang Lingtian said as he took out 4 light blue fruits and handed them to Su Chen. If it wasn't for Su Chen's help, he would have been trapped here for the rest of his life. To him, Su Chen was equivalent to saving his life, so it was natural for him to give away all the blue fruits. "I'll take 2. Su Chen smiled as he took 2 and looked at them. The blue fruit wasn't big, only the size of a longan fruit. Its surface was embellished with a faint blue light and there was a fragrance that was intoxicating. The reason why Su Chen wanted 2 was mainly for Tan Lin. The blue fruit had a high chance of turning a person into a spirit reader, so 2 was enough. "You really only want 2? Yang Lingtian asked uncertainly. After all, the blue fruit was a top-grade spiritual material that could only be found by chance. Even if he didn't use it himself, it would be worth a fortune on the market. Could Su Chen resist this temptation? The blue fruit was good, but only to others. Su Chen didn't really care about it. He relied on picking up fragments to increase his strength. If it wasn't for Tan Lin, he probably wouldn't have even taken a single one. "Uncle, don't worry about it." Su Chen promised and said, "Let's go back." Now that he had the blue fruit and tamed 3 mutated wolves, he had achieved his goal. There was no need to stay here any longer. "Okay, let's go back now." Yang Lingtian replied excitedly. After being trapped in the Wolf Valley for more than half a year, he was constantly worried about Yang Qian and Yang Hao. Now, he just wanted to go back as soon as possible and reunite with his 2 children. "Little Green, you lead the way." Su Chen ordered the green mutated wolf. The green mutated wolf was severely injured by his wind blade, but after taking the healing potion, its wounds had already healed and it was now full of energy. After receiving Su Chen's order, Little Green made a very human-like sound as if it understood Su Chen's words and ran to the front to lead the way. Yang Lingtian, who was next to him, was stunned. He secretly thought that Su Chen was really a strange person. Not only was his strength extraordinary, but his method of taming mutated beasts were miraculous. When the sky gradually darkened, Su Chen and Yang Lingtian returned to the valley. Yang Lingtian's family reunited and cried tears of joy. "Su Chen, thank you." Yang Qian walked in front of Su Chen with tears in her beautiful eyes and sincerely expressed her gratitude. "You're welcome." Su Chen laughed and said, "Come to my cave, I'll treat you to barbecue." Since he had killed a mutant wild boar, the almighty oven could finally come in handy. Yang Hao's eyes lit up when he heard that there was barbecue. Then, Su Chen took out the wild boar, processed it briefly and began to barbecue it. Soon, the cave was filled with the rich aroma of the meat. "Chen Gu, I don't think it's spicy enough, can it be spicier?" Yang Hao asked while eating. "No problem." Su Chen turned the switch and increased the spiciness level a little. "Yang Qian can't eat spicy food?" "No problem, we have 5 spices." Yang Lingtian wanted to eat slightly spicy food, it was a piece of cake, all he had to do was turn the switch. The function of the omnipotent oven was utilized to the extreme. The meat was perfect in color, aroma, and taste, and it could even be adjusted. Yang Lingtian and the other 2 were amazed. Chapter 57. The 3 mutated wolves at the side looked at Su Chen's group of 4 chatting and laughing as they ate the barbecued meat. Looking at the pitiful looks of the mutated wolves, Su Chen could not help but laugh. He then took out some barbecued meat and gave it to them. 4 people and 3 mutated wolves, their appetite was astonishing. 1 wild boar was obviously not enough, so Su Chen took out some breadfruits. Just as everyone was eating with relish, a mournful scream suddenly came from outside the cave, followed by a commotion and exclamation. "What's going on?" Su Chen's eyelids twitched, and he threw away the barbecued meat in his hand and rushed out of the cave. Yang Lingtian and the other two's faces also changed, and they all followed behind Su Chen. At this time, the valley was in chaos, and the people who originally lived here were all running for their lives. The ones chasing after them were 8 bear-like mutated beasts that were about 3 meters tall and as big as a small mountain. These bear-like mutated beasts were extremely strong and ferocious. Every time a human fell into their hands, they would be torn in half. Level 1 Raging Rock Bear. Yang Lingtian recognized the beasts at a glance, and his face became extremely serious. Although the Raging Rock Bear was only level 1, their skin was thick and their strength was great. Their actual combat power was not below a level 2 evolver. Moreover, there were 8 of them. Even a level 2 evolver would have to face them. Chengu, let's run. Seeing the humans being torn to shreds one by one, Yang Hao's heart was filled with fear, and his little face turned pale. Su Chen, we can't afford to provoke the Raging Rock Bear, let's quickly retreat. Yang Lingtian suggested. Although he knew that Su Chen's strength was abnormally strong, he did not think that Su Chen would be a match for 8 level 1 Raging Rock Bears. Run? Why should we run? Su Chen rubbed his nose and said indifferently. The Raging Rock Bear was a terrifying beast in the eyes of others, but in his eyes, it was just a pile of barbecued meat and energy stones. Moreover, it might even drop fragments. Not to mention not running away, he wouldn't let any of these 8 Raging Rock Bears go. Su Chen, you're not thinking of killing them, are you? Yang Lingtian's expression changed slightly. Then, he clenched his fists and vowed, if you don't want to leave, we'll fight them. Considering that Su Chen was a level 2 evolver and a level 2 psychic, as well as having 3 mutant wolf soul pets, they had a chance of defeating the Raging Rock Bear. Of course, this decision was also very risky. If they weren't a match for him, they would all be buried here. All of you hide in the cave. I'll do it myself. Su Chen smiled faintly, then rushed towards the nearest Raging Rock Bear. Killing mutant beasts had a chance of dropping fragments. If Yang Lingtian joined in and didn't drop fragments, then he would suffer a great loss. All of you go into the cave. I'll go help Su Chen. Yang Lingtian pushed Yang Qian and Yang Hao into the cave. Just as he was about to go out to help, he was stopped by Yang Qian. Dad, listen to Su Chen. Yang Qian looked at Yang Lingtian and said firmly, since Su Chen said so, then he has full confidence. Don't go out and cause trouble for him. When she first met Su Chen, she also felt that Su Chen was bragging. However, after getting to know him, she realized that no matter what Su Chen said, he always did it. From killing Lu Shirong to killing more than 300 zombies alone, it all proved this point. Therefore, she was full of confidence in Su Chen. She also believed that as long as Su Chen said he could do it, he would do it. There was no doubt about this point. You trust him that much? Yang Lingtian was slightly stunned and muttered in his heart, is Su Chen really that strong? He can even kill 8 level 1 Raging Rock Bears. A smile appeared on Yang Qian's beautiful face as she nodded heavily. Chapter 58. Outside the cave, when the Raging Rock Bear saw that a human had taken the initiative to come to its door, it excitedly pounded its chest a few times and then threw a punch at Su Chen. Before the punch arrived, a strong gust of wind blew at Su Chen's face, causing his clothes to flutter. Interesting, you actually want to fight me head-on. Su Chen smiled contemptuously. He released his mental energy and wrapped it around his fist, adding a layer of defense to it, and then threw a punch at the bear. In an instant, the 2 fists, one big and one small, collided fiercely. Kacha! Along with the crisp sound of bones breaking, the Raging Rock Bear's huge fist broke inch by inch, and even its thick arm broke into several pieces. With one blow, it was clear who was stronger and who was weaker. Su Chen was like a god descending from the heavens, unstoppable. While crushing the raging rock bear's fist, he took advantage of the situation and threw another punch, hitting the raging rock bear right in the middle of its head. There was a loud bang. The raging rock bear's head exploded, and blood splattered all over the sky. Damn! He's too strong. Yang Lingtian, who was in the cave, saw this scene and could not help but shiver. 2 punches, just 2 punches, and a raging rock bear that was comparable to a level 2 evolver was killed. At this moment, he had a new understanding of Su Chen's strength. Yang Qian's gaze never left Su Chen, and when she saw the raging rock bear fall, a strange light flashed in her eyes. At the same time, her face was slightly flushed, and her heart seemed to be beating wildly. Since ancient times, heroes loved beauties, but beauties would also look at heroes differently. Su Chen was so brave, and he was no different from a hero. Coupled with his handsome appearance, it could be said that he was a rare man in the world. Unknowingly, Yang Qian's heart had a ripple. Chen Gu is awesome. Witnessing Su Chen's invincible might, Yang Hao's expression shook, and he clenched his fists in excitement. On the other side, Su Chen killed another raging rock bear in the blink of an eye, and it even dropped a black fragment. However, he didn't have the time to pick it up because he was targeted by the 3 raging rock bears. The raging rock bears seemed to be quite intelligent. After seeing how strong Su Chen was, they didn't attack one by one. Instead, they attacked together, wanting to surround and kill Su Chen. Su Chen was still fearless. When the 3 furious rock bears rushed up, a black saber suddenly appeared in his hand. It was the enchanted magic saber. After injecting wind element magic power into it, the enchanted godly saber became more than 3 meters long, and gray light gathered on the blade. Su Chen gripped the hilt of his saber and swept it forward. A gray arc appeared in midair, as if it could even shatter the void. The 3 raging rock bears that rushed up were cut into 2 on the spot as if they were made of paper and fell to the ground. Hiss! Yang Lingtian sucked in a breath of cold air. He was once again shocked by Su Chen's powerful attack. Awesome! Yang Hao exclaimed. Other than awesome, he didn't know how to describe Su Chen's strength. After killing 5 raging rock bears in a row, there were only 3 left in the valley. When the 3 raging rock bears saw their companions die one after another, they didn't care about chasing other humans. After looking at each other, they actually scattered and fled. Although they were bloodthirsty, they knew fear when facing a strong person like Su Chen who could crush them. Chapter 59. He had just killed 5 raging rock bears and only obtained 1 shard. Su Chen was quite dissatisfied. How could he let the 3 raging rock bears escape? He instantly activated the rapid war boots, and Su Chen's speed soared to the extreme. He was even faster than a level 3 evolver, and he chased after them like a flash of lightning. Pu, pu, pu. After 3 slashes, the 3 raging rock bears died on the spot, and one of them lit up with a colorful light. Colorful shard. Su Chen was indescribably excited and grabbed it. The last time he picked up the colorful shard, it had dropped a upgrade gem, and it was very useful. Because there were too many things to upgrade, he could not decide which to upgrade first, so he was not willing to use it. And the colorful shard in front of him could very well be a upgrade gem, which made him overjoyed. Sure enough, just as Su Chen expected, when his finger touched the colorful shard, a strange sound echoed in his mind. Picked up, upgrade gem, shard *1, 1 1, the shard is full, can be used. Use. Seeing the emerald-like gem in his hand, Su Chen smiled. What is Su Chen doing? Seeing Su Chen standing there and smiling foolishly, Yang Lingtian was deeply puzzled. Chen Gu is always like this. It will be fine in a while, Yang Hao said casually. Su Chen would often appear like this when he picked up the shards. Yang Hao had seen it a few times, so he was not surprised. The moment he obtained the upgrade gem, Su Chen used it to upgrade his storage bag. Because the 8 raging rock bears' bodies needed to be stored, the original 10 cubic meters of space was obviously not enough. After upgrading his storage bag, Su Chen waved his hand toward the cave and walked toward the black shard. Chingu called us to dig for energy stones. Yang Hao was very familiar with Su Chen's action and ran out of the cave excitedly. Yang Qian and Yang Lingtian looked at each other and followed. Su Chen walked to the black shard and grabbed it. Picked up, intelligent chariot, shard *1, 1010, the shard is full, can be used. Su Chen was excited again. He did not expect it to be a intelligent chariot, shard. In this way, the intelligent war chariot was also gathered. Use. In Su Chen's hand appeared a 20-centimeter long car model that looked like a caravan. It looked very exquisite. 10 fragments, and that's all you got? Su Chen's face darkened, and he was a little unhappy. But at that moment, some information about the intelligent chariot appeared in his mind. After reading it, Su Chen's expression became a lot more strange. The information said that the intelligent chariot was an upgraded chariot. It could be enlarged or shrunk and was equipped with many functions such as attack, defense, investigation, and so on. All in all, the intelligent chariot was very powerful. It was extremely powerful. Did I not understand? Su Chen was suspicious, but he did not have the time to study it. After putting the intelligent chariot into his storage bag, he started digging for energy stones. With the help of Yang Hao and the others, 8 level 1 energy stones were dug out quickly. As the level 1 energy stones were the energy to power the mechanical soldiers, Su Chen kept all of them and did not distribute them. Yang Lingtian and the others did not have any objections. Later, Su Chen put the bodies of the 8 raging rock bears into his storage bag, which shocked Yang Lingtian. Chapter 60. Su Chen looked around and did not find any other mutated beasts. He then asked Yang Lingtian and the other two, did mutated beasts come here before? Normally, mutated beasts lived in the depths of the Huangzi Mountains and rarely came out. Even if they came out, there would be at most 1 or 2. It was rare to see 8 level 1 mutated beasts all at once. Moreover, Su Chen could vaguely hear roars and screams coming from afar. This meant that the other human settlements were also attacked by mutated beasts. Mutated beasts would not come here for no reason, and there are so many of them. Yang Lingtian muttered. His face suddenly changed. In this situation, it is very likely that the mutated beasts have rioted and formed a beast tide. Hearing this, Yang Qian and Yang Hao's faces changed at the same time. Beast tide. Su Chen muttered. His face sank slightly. A beast tide was similar to a zombie tide. They were formed when the number of beasts reached a certain level. However, compared to a zombie tide, a beast tide was more terrifying. Mutated beasts were generally much stronger than zombies. Moreover, most of the mutated beasts were high-leveled. Once they gathered together, the destructive power was unimaginable. Su Chen, we have to leave this place quickly. Yang Lingtian said with a serious expression. The raging rock bear was only the vanguard of the mutated beast army. Once the main force came, they would not be able to survive. Okay. Su Chen agreed. He originally wanted to leave here tomorrow and go to King Kong City. There was nothing wrong with leaving now. Okay, let's pack up and leave immediately. Yang Lingtian replied. He then brought Yang Qian and Yang Hao back to the cave to pack up. Su Chen also returned to his cave. There were very few things he could pack. It was just the universal oven, and some roasted pork. As for the bread tree, he did not know if it could survive if he dug it out. He planned to leave it in the cave. Maybe one day, he could come back here again. After packing up his things, Su Chen walked around the cave for a while before walking out. Yang Lingtian and the other two also finished packing up. Soon, they met up with Su Chen. However, Su Chen discovered that there were more than a dozen people following them. He had seen a few of them before. They were all residents of this valley. Originally, there were more than 100 people in the valley. After being slaughtered by the raging rock bear, only a dozen or so people were lucky enough to escape with their lives. Su Chen, they want to leave with us. Yang Qian explained. After witnessing Su Chen's strength, those people knew that if they wanted to live, the only way was to follow Su Chen. No. Su Chen flatly refused. In an environment like the apocalypse, having more people did not necessarily equate to having more power. If they were all evolvers, it would be easier to deal with them. However, they were all ordinary people and had no combat power. Not only would they not be of any help, but they would also attract the attention of zombies and mutant beasts. It would also bring unnecessary trouble to him. Moreover, people's hearts were unpredictable. Su Chen had not interacted with them before. How would he know who they were? Why? A young man seemed to be angry. However, he seemed to be afraid of Su Chen's strength. He suppressed his anger and said, "You are so strong. Why can't you keep me by your side? Yes, please help us. We promise we won't cause you any trouble." Another man chimed in. "What does my strength have to do with you?" Su Chen sneered. These people obviously thought of him as their savior. However, they were not related to him. He had no obligation to save them. Yang Qian had been with these people for a long time. She could not bear it. She wanted to persuade them, but she thought of Su Chen's way of doing things. She was worried that she would say something wrong to anger Su Chen and cause Su Chen to be disgusted. Thus, she remained silent. Chapter 61. In this post-apocalyptic world, humans are weak. We should help each other. You are so strong, why are you so cruel to us? An old man with white hair could not help but question Su Chen. The little boy next to him rolled his eyes and said to Yang Qian, "Sister Yang Qian, why don't you say something for us? We have lived in the same valley for many years." "That's right. Yang Hao, you should say something too. Yang Lingtian, you are also a level 1 evolver, do you want to watch us die?" The others also echoed, but most of them were complaining. It was as if they died, it would be Yang Qian's fault. "Shut up!" Su Chen roared. He glanced at them and said coldly, "I will say it again, I am not a savior. Your life and death have nothing to do with me. Don't follow us, otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Under the pressure of Su Chen's powerful aura, the dozen or so people were scared witless, and all of them obediently shut their mouths. "Let's go." Su Chen retracted his gaze and called out. Yang Lingtian and the other two nodded and silently followed behind Su Chen. None of the dozen or so people dared to follow him because of fear. Just when Su Chen and his group walked more than 20 meters away, a rather beautiful young woman in revealing clothes caught up with them and shouted, "Handsome, wait a minute, I have something to say." Su Chen stopped and turned to look at the woman. His face suddenly sank. "Do you want to die?" The young woman was startled, but she quickly regained her composure. A charming smile appeared on her face as she giggled, "Handsome, although I'm not as beautiful as Yang Qian, I can still be considered a beauty. Moreover, I have more experience than Yang Qian. You can keep me by your side." After saying this, the woman winked at Su Chen. Her meaning was self-evident. Shameless. Yang Hao gritted his teeth in anger. The woman in front of him was called Tong Fei. She was a famous slut in the desolate Lake Mountain range and had seduced countless men. Moreover, he was clearly aware that Tong Fei's meaningful words were nothing more than an attempt to tempt Su Chen. The reason why he was so angry was because in his heart, Su Chen and his sister were a match made in heaven. He was also his intended brother-in-law. Tong Fei, this shameless bitch, actually ran out to snatch a man from his sister. How could he not be angry? After hearing this, Yang Qian's face turned sullen, but she did not say anything. Instead, she turned her gaze to Su Chen. Only Su Chen himself could decide whether to agree to Tong Fei's request. Of course, in her heart, she really hoped that Su Chen would refuse. Su Chen glanced at Tong Fei, a look of disgust appeared on his face, and he sneered, "I have no interest in a self-degrading bitch like you. Get lost." He clearly remembered that at that time, there was a seductive female mercenary in the Blue Ocean gathering place. She also tried to tempt him like Tong Fei, but was killed by him in the end. If Tong Fei did not know what was good for her and continued to pester him, he would have killed her without mercy. You. Tong Fei's mouth trembled, and her chest rose and fell. Being humiliated by Su Chen in front of her made her angry. However, after meeting Su Chen's sharp eyes, the anger in her heart suddenly dissipated, and turned into deep fear. Tong Fei, Chen Ge has spoken. Why aren't you getting lost? Yang Hao spat, his heart was extremely satisfied. Yang Qian sighed lightly, and a relieved smile appeared on her face. Chapter 62. Let's go. Su Chen ignored them and continued to walk out of the valley. Looking at the figures of Su Chen and the others gradually disappearing, the dozen people were at a loss. At this moment, there were dense roars of wild beasts around the valley. It was obvious that a large number of mutated beasts were approaching. The mutated beasts are coming. What should we do? Someone began to shout in panic. The old man gritted his teeth, let's go, we'll catch up with them. But that guy won't let us follow. The little boy next to the old man said worriedly. There's only one way out of the valley. What can he do? The old man smiled gloomily and then said, remember, once a mutated beast comes, we'll get close to them. We can't live, but we can't let them have an easy time. Yes, we can't let them have an easy time. Even if we die, we'll drag them with us. The old man's suggestion attracted a lot of response. Tong Fei, who was at the front, had an uncertain expression. Hearing the discussion of the crowd, she was the first to chase after Su Chen and the others. On the other side, Su Chen and the others had already walked out of the valley and came to a plain. Su Chen, where are we going now? Yang Lingtian looked around and asked Su Chen. He had been living in the Huangzi mountain range since he was young. Now that he was leaving, he didn't know where to go. Let's find a safe place to stay first. Su Chen replied. His original intention was to rush to King Kong City, but considering that the two places were thousands of miles apart, he didn't know how many days it would take to walk. He wanted to understand the intelligent chariot first. Okay. Yang Lingtian nodded in response. Someone's coming. Su Chen suddenly heard hurried footsteps behind him. He turned his head and saw a woman rushing toward them. Reckless. After seeing the woman's appearance, Su Chen's face darkened. The woman who ran over was none other than Tong Fei. Moreover, there were more than 10 people following behind her. Needless to say, they must be the group of people from the valley. Did you really take my words for granted? Su Chen sneered and condensed a wind blade in his palm. As long as Tong Fei and the others dared to approach, he would kill them. However, before he could make a move, the roars of several beasts came from the direction of the valley. Dense footsteps and the roars of zombies came from all directions. Zombies and mutant beasts are coming together. Su Chen's expression froze. The appearance of zombies and mutant beasts at the same time caught him off guard. If it was a zombie tide or a beast tide, no one would be able to survive except for him. There are a lot of zombies nearby. Could it be a zombie tide? As the roars of the zombies became clearer and denser, Yang Qian's expression changed. The mutant beasts are coming. Yang Hao pointed to the back and exclaimed. Su Chen looked back and saw dozens of mutant beasts. Their speed was extremely fast, and they quickly caught up with the group of people in the valley. Mournful screams echoed in the plains. Save me! Tong Fei panicked and shouted for help while running. Behind her, there were 3 ferocious mutant beasts following closely. Save or not? Yang Lingtian looked at Su Chen. Save my ass. Su Chen said angrily. For a shameless person like Tong Fei, he had already restrained himself by not killing her. Now that she dared to come and seek death, Su Chen would not be polite anymore. Chapter 63. Su Chen waved his hand and a gray wind blade flew out of his hand. On the other side, Tong Fei was about to reach Su Chen and the others. She thought she was safe. But at this moment, a gray light flashed in front of her eyes. Before she could react, her head was separated from her body. She didn't even know how she died. After the gray wind blade cut off Tong Fei's head, it continued to fly forward and soon killed the 3 mutated beasts on the spot. Witnessing Su Chen's ruthlessness, Yang Lingtian couldn't help but shiver, but he didn't dare to say anything. Good. Yang Hao cursed. Everyone go under the boulder. Su Chen was a little anxious. After the group of people in the valley was killed, the mutated beasts chased after them. The number of mutated beasts had increased to hundreds. More and more zombies gathered around them, faintly surrounding them. If they continued to stay here, they would be attacked from both sides. Then they would really be in danger. Fortunately, there was a boulder shaped like a goose egg more than 100 meters away from them. It was like a small mountain lying across the plain. As long as he got there, he would have a way. After listening to Su Chen's words, Yang Lingtian didn't hesitate and rushed forward with his sword. The 3 of you go and help. Su Chen ordered the 3 mutated wolves. Woo woo, the 3 mutated wolves roared and rushed forward. Su Chen took out the mechanical soldier from his storage bag and ordered it to protect Yang Qian and Yang Hao. He stayed behind and kept releasing spells to kill the mutated beasts. When the battle started, the wind and clouds surged. Countless zombies and mutated beasts surrounded them from all directions. Su Chen was like a killing machine, constantly taking the lives of the mutant beasts. In less than a minute, dozens of mutant beasts had died in his hands. But at this time, he had a deep doubt in his heart. Zombies and mutant beasts were obviously different species. Logically speaking, they should be fighting each other. However, he found that the zombies and mutant beasts seemed to have reached some kind of tacit understanding. They were clearly separated from each other and were attacking them. Unable to figure out what was going on, Su Chen didn't think too much about it and focused on killing the enemy. Just as they were about to reach the bottom of the boulder, a huge zombie suddenly rushed out in front of them. In addition, this zombie was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was in front of Yang Lingtian. Level 2 zombie. Yang Lingtian was shocked, but his reaction wasn't slow. When the level 2 zombie got close to him, he slashed out with his sword. Unexpectedly, the level 2 zombie didn't dodge at all. Instead, it took the blow with its strong body. Kacha! The sword in Yang Lingtian's hand slashed on the level 2 zombie's chest, but it only left a shallow scar. It didn't cause a fatal injury to the level 2 zombie. The level 2 zombie took the opportunity to bite Yang Lingtian's shoulder and tore off a large piece of flesh. Ah! Yang Lingtian roared in pain and lifted his foot to kick the level 2 zombie away. He staggered a few steps and fell to the ground. Dad, Yang Qian and Yang Hao saw Yang Lingtian injured and fell to the ground. Their faces were extremely pale. At this time, the level 2 zombie once again rushed toward Yang Lingtian. The moment Yang Lingtian fell to the ground, he lost the ability to fight and also lost the ability to move. Seeing that he was about to die on the spot, Su Chen made his move. A spiritual power spread out and wrapped around the level 2 zombie in an instant. The next moment, a strange scene appeared. The level 2 zombie stopped in mid-air as if it was bound by an invisible force. No matter how hard it struggled, it couldn't move at all. Chapter 64. Su Chen rushed forward and chopped off the head of the level 2 zombie. At the same time, a black light flashed from the body of the level 2 zombie. He didn't pick it up and immediately checked on Yang Lingtian's injuries. Speaking of which, Yang Lingtian's injuries weren't serious. He only lost a piece of flesh on his shoulder. However, the poison of a level 2 zombie was very strong. It had not even been half a minute since Yang Lingtian was bitten. His face was already pitch black and covered with dense black threads. This was a sign that he was about to become a zombie. Su Chen, kill me quickly. Yang Lingtian clenched his teeth and begged Su Chen. After being poisoned, especially by a level 2 zombie, one would definitely turn into a zombie. This was something he was very clear about. So even if he died, he didn't want to become a walking corpse. Dad, don't die. Yang Hao and Yang Qian ran forward and saw Yang Lingtian's miserable appearance and wailed. Don't worry, you won't die and you won't become a zombie. Su Chen smiled and comforted them. Then he quickly took out a bottle of antivirus potion and healing potion. Su Chen, can you save my dad? Yang Qian stopped crying and looked at Su Chen in a daze. Her beautiful eyes were bright. She understood Su Chen. As long as Su Chen said he could do it, there was nothing he couldn't do. At this moment, her heart was full of hope. Su Chen nodded and put the 2 bottles of potion in Yang Qian's hand and said, drink it all. After saying that, he turned and killed the zombies and mutated beasts that were rushing over. Yang Qian didn't hesitate and quickly poured the 2 bottles of potion into Yang Lingtian's mouth. Because the number of zombies and mutated beasts was too much, Su Chen was forced to use his killing move. Wind magic power was injected into the enchanted divine saber, and with a sweep of the saber, a large area was swept away. With just a few slashes, over 100 zombies and mutant beasts had died. This harvesting speed could only be described as terrifying. Even a level 3 evolver or a level 3 psychic would not be able to achieve such an effect. However, the zombies and mutant beasts were not afraid. No matter how many of them died, they continued to charge forward. The situation was still very unfavorable for Su Chen. On the other side, after Yang Lingtian consumed 2 bottles of medicine, the black hair on his face quickly receded, and the wound on his shoulder healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few breaths, he was full of energy and vigor. I didn't turn into a zombie. Yang Lingtian stood up and laughed wildly. Great, it's all thanks to Chen Gu. Yang Hao was also very happy, and he was very grateful to Su Chen. Without a doubt, if it wasn't for Su Chen's help, Yang Lingtian would have turned into a zombie. Yang Qian saw that Yang Lingtian had recovered, and his mental state was very good. She was relieved, and then she turned to look at Su Chen. In her beautiful eyes, a heroic figure was killing zombies and mutated beasts in all directions. Gradually, only Su Chen's figure was left in her eyes. Su Chen's every move was affecting her heart. Sister, let's go quickly. Yang Hao saw his sister standing there in a daze, and hurriedly urged her. Yang Qian came back to her senses, and her face was slightly hot. She withdrew her gaze and followed behind Yang Lingtian. The mechanical soldier strictly followed Su Chen's orders, and carried out close protection for Yang Hao and Yang Qian. As long as there were zombies or mutated beasts that rushed over, they would fall under its scimitar. In this way, Yang Qian and Yang Hao were safe and sound. Chapter 65. After an intense battle, Yang Lingtian and the others finally reached the bottom of the giant rock. However, they did not understand why Su Chen wanted them to come here. Even with the giant rock behind them, they still could not escape being surrounded. Are we supposed to climb up? Yang Lingtian had this thought in his mind, but he quickly rejected it. The surface of the giant rock was too smooth, and there was no way they could climb up. Since he did not understand what was going on, he decided not to think about it and started to fight with the zombies with his sword. At this time, Su Chen had also arrived. In a short period of time, he had killed more than 200 zombies and mutated beasts, and more than 10 fragments had dropped. Due to the large number of zombies and mutated beasts, he could not pick them up. Instead, he picked up the black fragment that had dropped from the level 2 zombie he had killed earlier. This black fragment was a fragment of the ungraded Gatling gun. Together with the 2 fragments that he had previously obtained, he had enough. The ungraded Gatling gun was silver-white in color, and its appearance was similar to the Gatling gun in his previous life. The usage method was the same as the level 1 pulse pistol, which required the use of energy stones to convert into bullets. However, compared to the level 1 pulse pistol, its advantages were obvious. Other than being able to fire continuously, it could also be filled with energy stones of various levels. For example, the level 1 pulse pistol could only be filled with level 1 energy stones, and the zombies that it could kill could only be level 1 zombies. The ungraded Gatling gun did not have this limitation, and could be filled with level 2 energy stones, level 3 energy stones, and even higher leveled ones. Correspondingly, the level of zombies that could be killed would also be increased. However, Su Chen only had 1 level 2 energy stone on him, and he did not have any other energy stones. The level 1 energy stones were all installed on the mechanical soldier, and the remaining normal energy stones were filled into the 2 pulse pistols. Therefore, even if the ungraded Gatling gun was powerful, it would not be useful for the time being. After putting the ungraded Gatling gun into his storage bag, Su Chen met up with Yang Lingtian and the others. "Su Chen, what should we do next?" Yang Lingtian asked anxiously. He had already noticed that the number of zombies and mutated beasts that were coming towards them had reached an astonishing number. It was very likely that it was a small wave of zombies and beasts. The current situation was extremely critical. Under the heavy pressure, he panicked and lost his sense of propriety. He did not know what to do and could only place his hopes on Su Chen. Su Chen squinted his eyes and said with a smile, "Don't worry. No matter how many zombies and mutant beasts there are, they can't do anything to us." Hearing this, Yang Qian and Yang Hao's eyes lit up. They did not doubt Su Chen's words at all. On the other hand, Yang Lingtian was a little confused. He really did not understand why Su Chen's face did not have the slightest trace of fear. Instead, his eyes became more and more determined, and there was even a hint of excitement. Is there really a way? Yang Lingtian did not have much contact with Su Chen, so he could not completely trust Su Chen's words. Su Chen did not explain anything. He took out the only bottle of level 1 vitality potion from his storage bag and put it in Yang Hao's hand. "Drink it." Consuming the level 1 vitality potion would allow one to become a level 1 evolver in a very short time. Originally, he had planned to leave it for Tan Lin, but the situation was dire, so he could only give it to Yang Hao. Yang Hao had absolute trust in Su Chen, so he opened his mouth and swallowed it without thinking. Chapter 66. Oh my God. After drinking the level 1 constitution potion, for a while, Yang Hao's eyes widened and he shouted excitedly. At this moment, he could clearly feel that his body was undergoing earth-shattering changes. His body was becoming stronger and stronger, and a powerful force was being nurtured in his body. What's going on? Yang Lingtian and Yang Qian, who did not understand the situation, looked at Yang Hao. Ha! Yang Hao laughed and looked at Su Chen, and said gratefully, "Brother-in-law." "Chen Gu, thank you." Because he was too excited, he spoke incoherently and directly called Su Chen brother-in-law. Of course, in his heart, he had long regarded Su Chen as his brother-in-law. Brother-in-law. Su Chen rubbed his nose and looked at Yang Qian. The moment her eyes met with Su Chen's, Yang Qian lowered her head, and her beautiful face was as red as a ripe apple. "Yang Hao, what's going on?" Yang Lingtian still did not understand and asked again. "Dad, I think I've become an evolver," Yang Hao said with a trembling voice. After becoming an evolver, the most obvious change was the sharp increase in the body, strength, and speed. Yang Hao could feel the changes in his body deeply, and he began to suspect that he was really an evolver. What? Yang Lingtian exclaimed, and his expression was a little dull. Yang Qian also raised her head at this time, and was also surprised. Qinggu, am I an evolver? Yang Hao was not too sure and asked Su Chen. Su Chen smiled and replied with certainty, you are indeed a level 1 evolver. Awesome! Yang Hao was extremely excited. He raised his arms and shouted, I'm an evolver. Yang Lingtian's mouth was wide open, and his heart was in turmoil, I really became an evolver. He knew how difficult it was to become an evolver. Even with his good talent, he had to cultivate several times to become a level 1 evolver. He also knew that Yang Hao's talent was limited, or rather, he had no talent for cultivation. He was afraid that he would never become an evolver. However, after taking a bottle of potion given by Su Chen, he miraculously became an evolver. There was such a miraculous thing in the world. It wasn't that Yang Lingtian didn't believe it, but it was too unbelievable. It was completely beyond the scope of his understanding. Yang Qian looked at Su Chen in a daze, and at the same time, her heart was filled with emotion. Is there anything in this world that you can't do? You are an evolver now, so you should help me do something, Su Chen said as he took out the super electric drill from his storage bag and put it in Yang Hao's hand. Qinggu, just tell me what to do. Yang Hao puffed out his chest and said loudly. Su Chen patted Yang Hao's shoulder and pointed to the boulder behind him, dig a hole on it. It doesn't have to be too big, just 2 meters square will do. His original plan was to dig a hole on the boulder and hide inside. That way, they only needed to guard the entrance. If they could not guard the entrance, he still had a lot of hard fruit seeds. He could plant a few of them and completely seal the entrance. No matter how many zombies and mutant beasts there were, they could not hurt them. Understood. Yang Hao took out the super electric drill, aimed at the boulder, and pressed the switch. He had seen Su Chen use it before, so he knew how to use it. Chapter 67. Yang Lingtian now understood what Su Chen wanted to do. At this moment, he was full of admiration for Su Chen. It could be said that with Su Chen, the 3 mutant wolves, and the powerful puppet, it was very likely that they could guard the entrance of the cave. Yang Lingtian's confidence suddenly increased, and he joined the battle with Su Chen. As the battle continued, more and more zombies and mutant beasts died, but most of them were killed by Su Chen alone. The number of fragments that were dropped also increased, reaching at least 30 pieces. However, Su Chen did not have the opportunity to pick them up, which made him very eager. Qinggu, the cave is ready. Yang Hao was so tired that his forehead was full of sweat, but he did not bother to wipe it off. The moment the cave was finished, he reported to Su Chen. Su Chen glanced back and saw that there was a cave about 2 meters deep and 1 meter high on the boulder. Uncle, you 3 guard the entrance of the cave. Su Chen ordered, and he took out a pulse pistol and handed it to Yang Qian. Yang Qian was just an ordinary weak woman, and she did not have any fighting ability, but with the pulse pistol, she could also kill zombies, which would undoubtedly reduce a lot of pressure. Su Chen, you should keep it. Yang Qian did not immediately accept it. She had seen the power of the pulse pistol, when Su Chen killed Lu Shirong, who was a level 1 evolutionary, with 1 shot. She was very happy that Su Chen gave her such a powerful weapon. However, she thought that Su Chen would be in danger all the time, and it would be safer to have a powerful weapon to protect himself, so she did not want it. Take it, I have another one in my hand. Su Chen stuffed the pulse pistol into Yang Qian's hands and took out another one. Seeing that Su Chen really had another one, Yang Qian did not refuse. When Yang Qian and the others entered the cave, Su Chen took out the remaining upgrade gem. He raised the level of the mechanical soldier to level 2 and installed the only level 2 energy core in it. Originally, he wanted to use the upgrade gem on the pulse pistol, because when the pulse pistol reached level 2, it could easily kill level 2 zombie wolves. However, he remembered that the pulse pistol needed a level 2 energy gem, and he only had one. Even if it was upgraded, it would not be of much use, so he used it on the mechanical soldier. The level 2 mechanical soldier's function was actually not inferior to the pulse pistol. With his metal body, he didn't need to defend himself at all. Zombies below level 3 were no match for him. After upgrading the mechanical soldier, Su Chen called the 3 mutated wolves over and ordered them, "Xiao Bai, the 3 of you and Xiao Tai work together to protect me." Su Chen was ready to pick up the fragments, and it was inevitable that he would be distracted during the process, so he needed someone to protect him. "Yes, master." The mechanical soldier replied loudly. "Woo." The 3 mutated wolves also responded at the same time. "Okay, let's begin." After saying that, Su Chen began to pick up the fragments, and he grabbed the nearest purple fragment with one hand. Picked up, Ancient Thunder God, Fragment X1, 110. Fragments not full, cannot be used. This was the first time he had encountered this kind of Ancient Thunder fragment, and he did not know what it was used for. Without thinking too much, he continued to grab the second fragment. Picked up, Doomsday Maul, Fragment X1, 510. Fragments not full, cannot be used. The third fragment. Picked up, Exploding Fruit, Fragment X1, 11. Fragments full, can be used. When he said, use, a palm-sized seed appeared in Su Chen's hand. He had seen a lot of things like seeds and did not pay much attention to them at first. However, when he received the feedback, he suddenly moved. Chapter 68. The planting method of the exploding fruit seed was the same as the breadfruit seed. After planting it, it would grow in a very short period of time. However, its fruiting period was much longer, requiring a month. The number of fruits it would produce was 10 at a time. Its fruits were not for eating, but for killing enemies. This was because the fruit itself had explosive power, just like the grenades in his previous life. This was what Su Chen valued the most. After putting away the exploding fruit seed, Su Chen continued to pick up the other fragments. At the same time, Yang Lingtian and the other 2 were also in the midst of a fierce battle with the zombies. Although Yang Qian was just an ordinary person, after obtaining the pulse pistol, the number of zombies she killed had already surpassed Yang Lingtian. Every time she pulled the trigger, a zombie would die on the spot. Unknowingly, she had already killed 40 to 50 zombies in a row. Yang Lingtian was shocked. He had never seen such a powerful weapon. Killing normal zombies was as easy as killing ants. Killing level 1 zombies was also done with a single shot. "Little Qian, where did you get the weapon in your hand?" Yang Lingtian asked. "Su Chen gave it to me." After knowing that it was Su Chen's, Yang Lingtian was relieved. Not only was Su Chen powerful, but he also had countless mysterious and strange things on him. He could cook all kinds of barbecue, puppets, and potions that could cure zombie poison and injuries. It could be said that each of his items had subverted his knowledge. On the other side, Su Chen was still picking up fragments. There were many items that had appeared for the first time. For example, Planting Dimension, Golden Scale Arm, Desert Sand Fire, Space Teleporter, and so on. However, these fragments required 10 fragments to be used. He did not know what they were used for. After picking up all the fragments, Su Chen took the opportunity to dig out some level 1 and 2 energy stones. Only then did he bring the 3 mutated wolves and mechanical soldier back to the cave. "Su Chen, should we take turns guarding the entrance?" Yang Lingtian suggested. The zombies and mutant beasts outside were endless. Who knew how long it would take to kill them all? If they couldn't properly distribute their energy, even if they weren't killed, they would die of exhaustion. "There's no need to go through so much trouble," Su Chen said casually. "When the zombies and mutant beasts gather, leave them to me. You guys take the opportunity to dig up some energy stones." After the previous battle, he found that the number of zombies and mutated beasts was more than 10,000, but there were not many high-level ones. The highest was only level 2, and there were very few of them. As long as there weren't any zombies or mutated beasts above level 3, they wouldn't be able to threaten him. Meanwhile, he could kill zombies without fear and obtain a large number of fragments. If Yang Lingtian and the others took turns to kill the zombies, the fragments wouldn't drop from the zombies they killed. This was undoubtedly a huge loss for him. At this moment, Su Chen had already decided that he would kill the rest of the zombies. The others would only be responsible for defending and digging for energy stones. Can you handle it alone? Yang Lingtian asked doubtfully. Although he recognized Su Chen's ability, facing 10,000 zombies and mutated beasts, could one person kill them all? Dad, if Chen Gu says he can, then he definitely can, Yang Hao said with certainty. Ever since he knew Su Chen, he hadn't found anything that Su Chen couldn't do. Therefore, he believed in Su Chen's words without a doubt. Don't worry. Su Chen smiled and then asked the 3 mutated wolves and the mechanical soldiers to return to the cave. He took the enchanted sword and walked out. Looking at the tide of zombies and mutated beasts outside the cave, Su Chen didn't show any fear. Instead, he was excited. The zombies and mutated beasts that others would avoid were piles of energy stones and fragments in his eyes. Chapter 69. Su Chen infused the wind magic into the enchanted sword and swung it horizontally. The zombies and mutant beasts gathered at the entrance of the cave were immediately cut down, and 3 fragments were dropped. With the fragments dropping, Su Chen was even more motivated. Slash after slash, he kept reaping the lives of the zombies and mutant beasts. When the wind magic was completely used up, the number of zombies and mutant beasts that died had reached over 200, and more than 10 fragments had dropped. Too strong. Yang Lingtian was extremely shocked. Other people killed the zombies one by one, but Su Chen killed them one by one. Every slash of the sword killed at least a few dozen zombies. At this rate, he might really be able to kill all the zombies and mutant beasts outside. After killing over 200 zombies, Su Chen did not stop. He continued to infuse the fire magic into the enchanted sword. With a slash of the sword, a fire dragon roared out, and the surroundings suddenly became scorching hot. Once the normal zombies came into contact with the fire dragon, they would be burned to ashes, and the level 1 zombies would also be burned to death. It could be said that after infusing the fire magic, the enchanted sword's lethality was not as strong as the wind magic, but the deterrent effect was stronger. Fire magic. Su Chen is also a fire magic reader. Yang Lingtian's eyes widened, and his face was filled with shock and disbelief. He already knew that Su Chen was a magic reader, but he had only seen Su Chen use wind magic. Dad, Chen Gu not only knows wind magic and fire magic, but he is also a magic reader. Yang Hao blinked at Yang Lingtian. Magic reader of all elements. Yang Lingtian only felt a rumble in his brain, and then he fell into a deep stupor. Su Chen used up the fire magic and released the lightning magic. Amidst the flashes of lightning and thunder, the zombies and mutant beasts were similarly slaughtered to death. Thunder element sorcery. Seeing that Su Chen had used the 3rd sorcery, Yang Lingtian gulped. After exhausting the wind, fire, and lightning magic, the total number of zombies and mutant beasts killed was close to 400, and more than 30 fragments had dropped. After a round of killing, there were no longer any zombies or mutant beasts around Su Chen. Although there were still zombies and mutant beasts coming from afar, it would still take some time for them to reach Su Chen. Su Chen also temporarily stopped hunting. Firstly, he wanted to seize the opportunity to pick up some fragments and energy stones. Secondly, compared to the wind, fire, and lightning element magic, the destructive power of the other elements' magic was limited and could not achieve the effect of killing a large number of people. After that, Su Chen began to act according to his original plan. Yang Lingtian and the other 2 dug out energy stones. The 3 mutant wolves and the mechanical soldier were in charge of covering. and he himself was picking up fragments. He grabbed one of the black shards, and a strange sound echoed in his mind. Picked up, Big Dipper star fragment, fragment X1, 210. Fragments are not full, cannot be used. Then he grabbed the second fragment. Picked up, Space Transporter, fragment X1, 210. Fragments are not full, cannot be used. The third fragment, the fourth fragment, the 11th fragment. After picking up 11 fragments in a row, a large number of zombies and mutant beasts came close. The 3 mutant wolves and the mechanical soldier desperately tried to stop them. Su-chin did not make a move, but sped up the speed of picking up fragments. When all the fragments were picked up, he led everyone back into the cave. After a short rest, Su-chin drank a bottle of mana recovery potion, rushed out of the cave with his sword, and started the massacre. After that, he picked up fragments and dug out energy stones. After doing this 3 times, Su-chin had collected 150 fragments, and the number of zombies and mutant beasts that had died in his hands was in the thousands. Chapter 70. Yang Ling-tian looked at the thick layer of zombies and mutated beast corpses outside the cave and sighed in his heart. Su-chen's strength is really unfathomable, so terrifying. Yang Qian and Yang Hao were relatively calm. They had seen the scene of Su-chen killing zombies, so they were somewhat mentally prepared. At this time, Su-chen could not hold on any longer. He still had a bottle of mana recovery potion on him. His magic power could be restored to its peak state at any time, but the key was that his physical strength could not keep up. After continuously killing for so long, even if his body was made of iron, he still needed to rest. As for the 3 mutated wolves and Yang Ling-tian, they were also panting from exhaustion. Among the people present, only the mechanical soldier was still lively because it consumed energy stones. As long as there were enough energy stones, it could in principle continue to fight. Su-chen, do you still want to continue killing? Yang Ling-tian asked while panting. Su-chen pondered for a moment and replied, kill one more time, then I'll block the cave entrance, and we'll have a good rest. The reason why he insisted on killing again was because the number of Doomsday Maul, Space Converter, and Wild God Thunder had reached 9, and he only needed 1 more to use. If he could not gather 1 or 2, he would not be satisfied. Okay, then kill 1 more time. Yang Ling-tian gritted his teeth. Get ready. Su-chen ordered and took out the ungraded Gatling gun. As there was only 1 mana recovery potion left, he planned to keep it as a backup. The ungraded Gatling gun was already filled with more than 200 energy stones, enough to kill 200 zombies. It was completely enough. After that, Su-chen rushed out of the cave, holding the ungraded Gatling gun in both hands and madly firing. 222. Da-da-da, the zombies and mutated beasts were shot into seeds in the blink of an eye, falling down in groups. Seeing this scene, Yang Ling-tian was once again stunned. Even if he had already expected that the weapon in Su-chen's hands was not simple, but after seeing its powerful power, he was still shocked. Su-chen finished firing in one breath and hurriedly said, let's go. Yang Hao and the others were already prepared. At this time, they all rushed out and started digging for energy stones. Su-chen put the ungraded Gatling gun into the storage bag and glanced at it. His eyes suddenly lit up. Colored shard. 7 or 8 meters away from him, a colorful beam of light was shining. It was dazzling. The colored shards dropped, upgrade gems, and their value was second only to the gold shards. The moment he saw the colorful shard, he rushed it. Picked up, upgrade gem, *111. Shards full, ready to use. Used, then Su picked at its shards, picked up the other shards, and continued picking up the other shards. They didn't kill a lot of zombies this time, but they still got more than a dozen fragments. This made him more satisfied. Otherwise, if there were too few shards, he would have to kill more before stopping. The second shard was the exploding fruit seed. The third shard was the serene pool divine wood that appeared for the first time. He needed to collect 10 shards before he could use it. The fourth shard was also new. It was called the ancient god-fiend body, and the number of shards needed was a terrifying 100. The fifth shard dropped the space transportation device, and he had collected all the shards. What appeared in Su Chen's hand was a half-square disc with some buttons on it. The feedback was that after the energy stone was installed on the space transportation device, it could be used to teleport within a radius of 100 meters. Simply put, things outside could be moved to the disc, and things placed on the disc could also be teleported outside. The maximum distance was 100 meters, and one energy stone could be used for 10 teleportations. Chapter 71. In addition, the message also mentioned that the teleportation device could not teleport anything higher than level 2. Su Chen understood that if he wanted to teleport zombies, the highest he could teleport was level 2 zombies. Zombies above level 3 would not be able to be teleported. After putting away the teleportation device, Su Chen continued to pick up the fragments. The rest of the fragments were mostly seeds. Until the last one, there was a fragment of the ancient thunder god. With this, he had collected 10 fragments of the ancient thunder god, and could use them. When Su Chen said, use, he was surprised to find that his hands were empty. After receiving the message, he understood what was going on. The ancient thunder god was a type of lightning-type item. It could also be considered a lightning-type secret technique. When he obtained it, it had automatically merged with his lightning-type magic. In other words, the next time Su Chen used the ancient thunder god, it would contain the power of the ancient thunder god. I wonder if this thing is powerful. Su Chen murmured. His gaze drifted as he looked at the zombies and mutated beasts that were flying towards him. Immediately, a fist-sized thunder ball condensed in his palm. What was different from before was that there was a bolt of black lightning swimming within the lightning ball, emitting a terrifying lightning power. Su Chen suddenly moved. He raised his hand and shot out the thunder ball. It flew into the group of zombies. In the next moment, there was a loud rumbling sound. The ground tremored violently, and a net of lightning appeared in front of them. Dense lightning bolts were wreaking havoc in all directions. Under the coverage of the lightning bolts, the ordinary zombies and mutated beasts were directly turned into dust. The powerful level 1 zombies and mutated beasts were also cut into a pile of minced meat. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of zombies and mutated beasts were killed. When the smoke dissipated, in front of Su Chen were broken limbs. There was not a single intact zombie or mutated beast. Su Chen opened his mouth wide. After a long time, he shouted excitedly, damn. That's just too awesome. Before this, he had some expectations for the violent thunder technique that was fused with the divine thunder of the wilderness, but he never thought that its power would be so strong. Killing hundreds of zombies with one strike, its power was several times stronger than the enchanted sword, infused with magic power. Su Chen even believed that the current violent thunder technique was enough to kill level 3 zombies. Even level 4 zombies would suffer some pain if they encountered it. At this point, he could be considered to have truly possessed a powerful life-saving trump card. Oh my god! Upon witnessing this scene, Yang Lingtian and the others were dumbstruck. They even stopped what they were doing and forgot to dig for energy stones. When had they ever seen such a terrifying lightning spell? Was this really a spell cast by a level 2 psychic? Even a level 3 magician's explosive thunder spell wouldn't have such power, right? Monster! Yang Lingtian came back to his senses and let out a long sigh. Su Chen was already an all-elemental magic caster, and the spells he released were far superior to those of his peers. Was there any justice in this world? Could there be a way out for those single-elemental magic casters? If other magic casters knew about this, wouldn't they die of jealousy? Su Chen took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He began to pick up the fragments again, killing hundreds of zombies and mutated beasts, and 7 fragments were dropped. He naturally wouldn't let them go. Picked up, hard fruit seed, fragment *111, the fragments are full, can be used. The first 5 fragments weren't very valuable, and they could be used directly. Su Chen put them all into his storage bag. However, the last 2 fragments brought him quite a surprise. One of them was a colorful fragment, and the one that dropped was an upgrade gem. The other was a level 1 pulse cannon fragment, and he needed to collect 3 fragments to use it. Chapter 72. After picking up the fragments, Su Chen, the 3 mutated wolves, and the mechanical soldiers worked together to block the attacks of the zombies and mutated beasts, giving Yang Lingtian and the other 2 more time to dig for the energy stones. Half an hour later, the attacks of the zombies were getting stronger and stronger, making it hard for everyone to breathe. The 3 mutated wolves were also injured, but fortunately, they were all injured by the mutated beasts. If they were bitten by the zombies, it would be troublesome because Su Chen only had 2 bottles of antivirus potion left, and he could only save 2 mutated wolves at most. During this time, Yang Lingtian and the other 2 had dug out a lot of energy stones. Adding the ones they had dug out before, the number had reached more than 1,000. Su Chen was quite satisfied with this harvest, so he called everyone back to the cave. As soon as they entered the cave, Su Chen quickly planted 2 hard fruit seeds. Then, under everyone's surprised gaze, the 2 seeds quickly grew into 2 oval-shaped nuts, tightly blocking the entrance of the cave. The zombies outside the cave desperately hit the nuts, but they could not move them at all. These 2 nuts seemed to be one with the ground, and they were indestructible. It was difficult to destroy them with normal methods. Su Chen had also tested it with his own hands. Without using any spells or weapons, he still couldn't do anything to the 2 nuts. At this point, he was finally relieved. As long as there were no zombies above level 3 outside, they could not break this defense. Then, Su Chen called everyone to take a rest. Yang Hao sat on the ground and panted a few times. He asked Su Chen, "Chen-gu, I'm hungry. Do you have any food?" Su Chen smiled. He knew that Yang Hao was thinking about barbecued meat, so he took out the universal oven and the remaining barbecued pork. After a fierce battle, everyone was hungry, especially the 3 mutated wolves, whose appetite was even more shocking. Su Chen was afraid that there would not be enough food, so he took out a raging rock bear. "Yang Hao, you barbecue the meat. I still have something to take care of," Su Chen said. "Okay." Yang Hao got up and came to Su Chen. He had already positioned himself in the role of Su Chen's underling and listened to Su Chen's words. Even his father Yang Lingtian's words were not as effective as Su Chen's. Yang Qian also came over to help. She felt that she had put in the least effort out of everyone, so she should be the one to do something that was within her capabilities. Moreover, he could have more contact with Su Chen, even if it was just a few words. Su Chen did not object and taught them the barbecue method. Then, he found a corner alone and took out the intelligent war chariot to study. When he first obtained the intelligent war chariot, he was a little disappointed. However, after receiving the feedback, he was looking forward to the intelligent war chariot. After quickly installing the energy stone on the intelligent war chariot, Su Chen held it in his hand and looked at it carefully. Suddenly, a voice came from the intelligent war chariot. "Master, how may I be of service?" Su Chen's eyes lit up and said softly, "You can talk." As an upgraded war chariot with the most complete functions in the universe, talking is just child's play. Su Chen's expression was a little strange. Why did he feel that the intelligent war chariot's words were a little arrogant and boastful? He coughed lightly and continued, "What functions do you have?" "Defense, attack, enlargement, shrinking, detection. Soaring in the universe, omnipotent." "Oh no, I met a war chariot that loves to boast." Su Chen shook his head. The intelligent war chariot S words were somewhat reliable at first, but the latter part was getting more and more ridiculous. Soaring in the universe? You're a war chariot, not a spaceship. You can't boast like that, right? Chapter 73. Well, can you be a little more humble? What you said is too ridiculous. Thinking that the intelligent war vehicle was bragging, Su Chen's face was a little unhappy. Master, I'm not bragging. As long as I evolve to the ultimate form, I can really fly in the universe, the intelligent war vehicle argued. Su Chen frowned slightly and asked, what form are you now? What are your functions? Master, the intelligent war vehicle said, I'm still in the lowest form, and my functions are very limited. Tell me more, Su Chen urged. I'm now a level 1 vehicle, and I can defend against level 1 attacks. The detection function can reach up to 5 kilometers, and the speed is 60 miles per hour. I can drive automatically, and I have a music system and an air conditioning system. Hearing this, Su Chen's heart moved, and for the first time, he paid attention to the intelligent war vehicle. Not to mention the other functions, just the detection function of 5 kilometers was very good. It was important to know that zombies and mutant beasts dominated the Doomsday, and it was very easy to encounter zombies and mutant beasts while walking in the Doomsday. With the detection function, he could find the traces of zombies and mutant beasts in advance, and he would be in a very advantageous position. In addition, its defense function was not to be underestimated. Being able to defend against level 1 attacks was something that most of the MCVs couldn't compare to. At least the MCV in Tiannan Gathering Place absolutely couldn't resist the attack of a level 1 creature. How big can you become now? How much space can you expand? Su Chen asked. Considering that he was going to King Kong City, it was best to have a means of transportation, and if the intelligent war vehicle could accommodate him after it expanded, that would be the best. The length of the body can be up to 10 meters, and the space can be 30 square meters. Su Chen thought that 30 square meters of space was about the size of an ordinary RV, and he said with satisfaction, not bad. Thank you for your praise, Master. The intelligent war vehicle was actually polite to him, and Su Chen felt that it was very interesting. If he was bored in the future, he could chat with the intelligent war vehicle. Of course, he didn't think that he would be bored to that extent. He collected his thoughts and asked again, how can I increase your level? The first upgrade only requires 100 normal energy stones or energy stones, and the main upgrade is the defense. It can withstand the attack of a level 2 creature, the intelligent war chariot explained. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. 100 ordinary energy stones were nothing to him. However, after the intelligent war chariot was upgraded, it could defend against the attacks of level 2 creatures. As far as he knew, a MCV with this kind of defense was extremely rare. Even if there were, they usually only existed in the hands of a few major forces. Su Chen was not in a hurry to level up. It would not be too late for him to do so on the way to King Kong City. How big can you become when you reach your final form? Su Chen continued to ask. After discussing with the intelligent war chariot for a while, he slowly felt that the intelligent war chariot might really be able to soar through the universe once it entered its final form. The size of the final form is uncertain. At most, it can be the size of a small planet. The smallest one would be the size of a city with a population of 1 million. Hiss. Su Chen gasped. He wasn't sure whether the intelligent war chariot's words were true or not, but he was sure of one thing. If he wanted to upgrade the intelligent war chariot to its final form, the number of energy stones needed must be astronomical. He didn't know if there were so many energy stones or energy stones in the world. Chapter 74. Behind them, Su Chen kept the intelligent chariot in his storage bag. Just as he was about to take out the space transportation device to study, Yang Hao called out to him. Chen-gu, the meat is ready. Come and eat. Su Chen was indeed hungry. He decided to eat and drink until he was full, so he walked over. Yang Hao handed over a few skewers of barbecued meat. Su Chen did not stand on ceremony and took them and wolfed them down. Su Chen, this is for you. Yang Qian gave the level 1 pulse pistol to Su Chen. Although she liked this gun very much, she also knew that this gun was definitely not cheap. Now that it was safe, she did not want to keep it. It's for you. Su Chen ate the barbecued meat and said vaguely. With his current strength, the level 1 pulse pistol could not be of much use. Moreover, he still had another one. In addition, Yang Qian was too weak. With the level 1 pulse pistol in hand, it was more or less a life-saving measure. You're really giving it to me? Yang Qian was pleasantly surprised. Her face was even flushed. Su Chen gave such a precious item to her just like that. She could not help but let her imagination run wild. Yes. Su Chen nodded and continued to eat the barbecued meat. Su Chen, thank you. Yang Qian bit her lips and said shyly. Su Chen smiled and did not say anything. After eating more than 10 skewers of barbecued meat, he got up and walked to the side. He took out an apple tree seed from his storage bag and planted it. Although the barbecued meat was delicious, it was somewhat monotonous to eat it all the time. He wanted to get some fruit to relieve the grease. Soon, a 2-meter-tall green plant rose from the ground. This is an apple tree. But how did it bear fruit so quickly? And the fruit is so big? Yang Hao saw 10 red apples on the tree in the blink of an eye and his eyes lit up. The cycle of apple tree seed was the same as bread tree seed. Su Chen was used to it, but it was the first time for the others to see it. Yang Lingtian was completely speechless. He had seen too many miraculous things like this from Su Chen today. He even felt that he might not have seen as much in his entire life as he had seen today. It is indeed an apple tree, and its fruiting period is only 24 hours. Let me try one and see how it tastes. As Su Chen spoke, he plucked one and put it in his mouth to take a bite. Instantly, a sweet and refreshing feeling attacked his taste buds. It was as if he had just eaten an immortal fruit. Not bad. Su Chen nodded and continued to pick the apples. He distributed them to the 3 mutated wolves. Delicious. Yang Hao took a big bite. Once he tasted the flavor, he couldn't stop eating. When all 10 apples were in his stomach, Su Chen clapped his hands and took out the space transportation device from the storage bag. Seeing Su Chen take out another strange thing, Yang Hao and the other 2 were interested. Chen-gu, what is this? Yang Hao moved closer to Su Chen and asked. You will know in a while. Su Chen didn't explain. He installed the energy stone on the space transportation device, and then pressed the switch. A white light beam lit up on the disc, and then the light beam trembled slightly. A ferocious-looking female zombie appeared. Zombie. Yang Hao was so scared that his face turned pale and he took a few steps back. Yang Qian also trembled, but she didn't retreat like Yang Hao. Instead, she gritted her teeth and took out the pulse pistol, and pointed it at the female zombie. Su Chen didn't want Yang Qian to waste an energy stone. With a wave of his hand, the female zombie's head exploded. It's just an ordinary zombie. Su Chen shook his head. The female zombie didn't drop any fragments after she died. This meant that he could only get an ordinary energy stone. Chapter 75. However, Su Chen immediately realized that the destination of the space transfer device was not fixed. This time, it was a normal zombie. Next time, it might be a level 1 zombie or even a level 2 zombie. Moreover, a normal energy stone could be used for 10 teleportations. Teleporting a zombie in and its corpse out could be done 5 times in total, which meant that he could obtain 4 energy stones. Moreover, there was also the possibility of obtaining high-grade energy stones and fragments. It was definitely a profitable trade. After figuring this out, Su Chen's mood improved a lot. After teleporting the female zombie's corpse out, another zombie was teleported in. However, the second zombie was also a normal zombie. After killing it, it did not drop any fragments. Su Chen was not in a hurry. He continued to teleport zombies. The third one was a level 1 mutated beast. After killing it, it dropped a black fragment. Su Chen happily grabbed it. Fragment of the mysterious heavenly mainland map tablet, picked up. Fragment X1-13. Fragment not enough, cannot be used. Map? Su Chen muttered. He had been in this world for more than a year. Until now, he had no idea how big this world was or what it was called. Now that he had obtained a fragment of the map, he began to suspect that this world was called the mysterious heavenly mainland. In order to find out the truth sooner, Su Chen continued to teleport zombies. He wanted to collect all the fragments of the mysterious heavenly mainland map tablet as soon as possible. The others were stunned by Su Chen's actions. Staying in the cave, a zombie appeared out of nowhere. This was too inconceivable. However, when they thought about how many magical things Su Chen had with him, they were relieved. In addition, the cave they were in was very safe. There was food and water, and they could kill zombies and dig for energy stones without taking any risks. This gave them a feeling that they could live a very comfortable life in the apocalypse. Chen Gu, let me help you kill the zombie. Yang Hao clenched his fists and walked to Su Chen's side. He was now a level 1 evolved person. Killing normal zombies was more than enough for him. In addition, he was shocked by the female zombie. He felt embarrassed and wanted to take the opportunity to prove his ability. Forget it. The zombies that are teleported here might be level 2. You can help me dig for energy stones. Su Chen refused. It was reasonable to let Yang Hao practice. Even if there were level 2 zombies, there would not be any accidents with him watching from the side. Most importantly, the zombies that he killed would not drop fragments. Yang Hao was still waiting for the fragments to increase his strength. Naturally, he did not want Yang Hao to help him. Alright then. Yang Hao was a little bit disappointed. But since it was arranged, he could only do as he was told. Later, Su Chen continued to teleport zombies and kept hunting and picking up fragments. Yang Lingtian and Yang Hao were in charge of digging for energy stones and putting the zombies' bodies back on the space transfer device. Yang Qian had nothing to do. After eating the 2 indigo fruits given by Yang Lingtian, she hid in a corner and started to meditate. As time passed, Su Chen had killed more than 100 zombies. He had obtained more than a dozen fragments. His luck was not bad. Among the fragments, there were 2 fragments of the mysterious heavenly continent tablet computer. Together with the previous one, he could use all of them. Su Chen said, "Use," without hesitation. A white tablet computer appeared in his hand. Then, he arranged the mechanical soldier and the 3 mutant wolves to continue killing zombies. He took the tablet computer and walked to the side. Chapter 76. He installed the energy stone on the tablet and turned it on. A map soon appeared on the screen. There was a line of text at the top of the map. It was the landform of the mysterious heavenly continent. Su Chen took a closer look and found that the center of the map was a continent surrounded by hundreds and thousands of islands of different sizes. The outside of the islands was a blur, and he didn't know if there were other continents or islands. Su Chen really wanted to know where he was, so he used the positioning function. Soon, a white box appeared on the map. After constantly moving, it finally landed on a small island called Thousand Feather Island. Su Chen saw it clearly. Thousand Feather Island was a very inconspicuous island. There were several islands around it, and they were all bigger than Thousand Feather Island. The largest of them was called 10,000 Mountains Island. It was a long strip and was at least a dozen times bigger than Thousand Feather Island. This place is an island? Su Chen was puzzled. If it was an island, why couldn't he see the ocean? Was it because it was too big? Su Chen was puzzled, so he wanted to see how big Thousand Feather Island was. He had to admit that the functions of the tablet were very comprehensive. In addition to the GPS function, there was also a GPS function and a voice inquiry function. Su Chen pressed the voice inquiry function and said, "Find the area of Thousand Feather Island." Then, a long row of Arabic numbers appeared on the screen, and the numbers kept changing. When the numbers stopped changing, Su Chen looked at it with his eyes wide open. He was still muttering, 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 1,000,000, 9367865 square kilometers. Su Chen looked at it several times in a row. When he was sure that the number was correct, he suddenly took a deep breath. More than 90 million square kilometers. What did that mean? In his previous life, Huaxia was the third largest country on Earth, but it only had a total area of 9.6 million square kilometers. Thousand Feather Island was almost 10 times the size of Huaxia. It was probably bigger than all the countries on Earth combined. Is this really an island? Su Chen's breathing became heavy. If Thousand Feather Island was really so big, then how big was the continent in the middle? Su Chen made a comparison, and the final result was, if that continent was a watermelon, then Thousand Feather Island was only a sesame seed. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. It was like the difference between clouds and mud. Could it be a mistake? Su Chen still had some doubts, so he checked the other places of Thousand Feather Island. Soon, familiar names such as Tiannan Colony, Huangzi Mountain Range, and Vajra City appeared one by one. At this point, Su Chen completely believed that he was indeed on an island, and it was an island that was bigger than all the countries on Earth combined. What the hell? The mysterious heavenly continent is really something. Su Chen exclaimed. After a while, he put the tablet into his storage pouch and closed his eyes to rest. Since he came here from Huangzi Mountain Range, he had been fighting non-stop. He was already physically and mentally exhausted. He had to seize the time to rest and prepare for his trip to Vajra City. 2 hours later, Su Chen yawned and woke up. When he saw more than a dozen light beams lit up around the space portal, he happily walked up to it. During this time, more than 100 zombies had died in the hands of the mechanical soldiers. It was reasonable that more than a dozen fragments had dropped. Chapter 77. Su Chen grabbed a purple shard, and a strange sound echoed in his mind. Picked up, Desert Sand Fire, Shard X1, 210, shards are not full, cannot be used. With the Barren Divine Lightning, as an example, Su Chen couldn't help but think that the Desert Sand Fire might be a manifestation that could be integrated with fire magic. Once enough shards were gathered, the power of the fire magic would increase to a terrifying level, just like the lightning magic. Su Chen did not waste any time and continued to pick up the shards. The second shard was also purple. Picked up, Golden Scale Arm, Shard X1, 910, shards are not full, cannot be used. Since he didn't have enough, he didn't know what the arm-length golden scale was used for. Then, he grabbed another blue fragment. Picked up, Level 1 Pulse Cannon, Shard X1, 23, shards are not full, cannot be used. Just one more. Su Chen saw that there was still a blue shard on the ground, so he grabbed it. Picked up, Level 1 Pulse Cannon, Shard X1, 33, shards are not full, can be used. Use. A 1-meter-long steel cannon appeared in front of Su Chen. It was silver in color, and the barrel was as thick as a chimney. The feedback he received was that the Level 1 Pulse Cannon also needed to be filled with energy stones to be used as a shell, which was similar to the Level 1 Pulse Pistol. However, compared to the Level 1 Pulse Pistol, where one energy stone was equivalent to one bullet, the level 1 pulse cannon, needed 10 energy stones to fire one shell. Of course, the amount of energy stones used and the power produced was different. The level 1 pulse pistol could only kill one zombie at a time, while the level 1 pulse cannon could kill a large number of zombies. It could be said that the level 1 pulse cannon was a great weapon against the zombie tide, but it would be a waste to use it against a small number of zombies. With Su Chen's current skills, the level 1 pulse cannon would not be used much, but if it could be installed in the intelligent chariot, it would be better to use it. The intelligent war chariot was still in its lowest state and did not have any attack power. Su Chen even thought that if the level 1 pulse cannon and the ungraded Gatling gun were installed together, wouldn't the intelligent war chariot become a killing machine with both offense and defense? Of course, he wasn't sure if he could install it. He still needed to talk to the intelligent war chariot before he could be sure. After a while, he put the level 1 pulse cannon into his storage bag and continued to pick up fragments. Among the remaining fragments, only a bottle of antivirus potion was dropped. The rest were some seeds, which were not very valuable. Su Chen put them all into his storage bag. After collecting all the shards, Su Chen was about to take out the upgrade gem to upgrade the rapid war boots. Yang Qian excitedly ran to the front and shouted, "Su Chen, I can release my spiritual force." Really? Su Chen's eyes lit up. From the time Yang Qian ate the blue fruit until now, it had only been a little more than 2 hours. To be able to release her spiritual force in such a short time, it could be seen that her talent in spiritual force was not low. In the future, if she trained hard, it was very likely that she would become a very high-level spirit reader. "Sister, you are amazing." Yang Hao was very excited and kept congratulating Yang Qian. Although Yang Lingtian was also very happy, when he saw that the first person Yang Qian told was Su Chen and not him, his face became a little strange. "What's going on? I am her father, and the blue fruit was given by me. Shouldn't she share it with me first? Why did she think of Su Chen first?" Chapter 78. If you release your spiritual power now, how far can you detect? Su Chen asked. A level 1 spirit reader has no attack power. Their main ability is to detect. The limit is about 10 meters. He asked this to determine what stage Yang Qian's spiritual power is at. 7 or 8 meters. Yang Qian thought for a moment and replied. "Not bad." Su Chen nodded. 7 or 8 meters is not the limit of a level 1 spirit reader, but considering that Yang Qian has just become a spirit reader master, this level is quite good. "Su Chen, when I released my spiritual power, I found that there are zombies outside. Not a single mutant beast is left." Yang Qian looked at Su Chen and said. "The mutant beasts are gone." Su Chen was surprised. He released his spiritual power and extended it outside the cave. At level 2 Spirit Reader Master, the range of his spiritual power is up to 20 meters. He controlled his spiritual power to sweep outside and did not find a single mutant beast. The mutant beasts are really gone. Su Chen squinted his eyes and whispered. He secretly guessed that the mutant beasts had left here. Or gathered in a place where his spiritual power could not detect. After listening to Su Chen's whisper, Yang Qian and Yang Hao did not react. Instead, Yang Lingtian's eyelids twitched. How does Su Chen know that there are no mutant beasts outside? Could it be? A thought appeared in his mind. Yang Lingtian was not calm. He looked deeply at Su Chen and asked, "Su Chen, are you also a spirit reader master?" In the cave, the line of sight was blocked. Only the spiritual power of a spirit reader could see the situation outside. But Su Chen was already a level 2 evolver and a level 2 spirit reader master. If he was also a spirit reader master, it would be too exaggerated. What? Brother Chen is also a spirit reader master? Yang Hao exclaimed and turned to look at Su Chen. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Yang Qian, who was beside him, was also surprised. She looked at Su Chen and whispered, "Su Chen, are you a spirit reader master?" Su Chen smiled and did not comment. Although he did not answer directly, his expression showed that he was indeed a spirit reader master. Seeing this, Yang Lingtian and the other two opened their mouths wide and looked at Su Chen as if they were looking at a monster. Then, they were in a deep daze and their hearts were in turmoil. My God! My God! Su Chen was not only a level 2 evolver and a spirit reader master, but he was also a spirit reader master. Isn't this world too crazy? The three most powerful professions all had a single person. This was unprecedented, and there would not be anyone like this in the future. Looking at the stunned faces, Su Chen rubbed his nose and thought, I also want to keep a low profile, but my strength does not allow me to do so. He coughed and thought that he had to get to King Kong City as soon as possible. He said, "Don't be in a daze. I have something to discuss with you." "Chengu, what is it?" Yang Hao came back to his senses and looked at Su Chen with admiration. "I have to leave this place and go to King Kong City," Su Chen said slowly. The purpose of going to King Kong City was to find Tan Lin, but he did not explain. Leave this place. Yang Qian furrowed her brows and her originally beautiful face became gloomy at this moment. She then asked nervously, "How many days will you be gone? Will you come back?" Su Chen felt that Yang Qian's reaction was a little too emotional, but he did not think too much about it. He smiled and said, "I should be back in 2 or 3 days, or half a month." Chapter 79. Oh, then you must be careful. Yang Qian sighed and looked at Su Chen reluctantly, reminding him. With Su Chen's strength, even if he faced a small zombie horde alone, there would be no problem. But even so, she was still a little worried, or rather worried. Don't worry. Su Chen nodded and began to arrange things after leaving. He left the mechanical soldier and the 3 mutant wolves to protect Yang Lingtian's family. In addition, the zombie teleportation had to be suspended. After all, he, the strongest person, was not there. It was hard to guarantee that nothing would go wrong. After everything was arranged, Su Chen used the upgrade gem to upgrade the rapid boots, and consumed 100 energy stones to increase the defense of the intelligent chariot. After that, he stood on the space teleporter. With a beam of light, Su Chen's figure gradually blurred and finally disappeared from everyone's sight. After Su Chen left, Yang Qian sighed faintly. Her expression was also lonely, as if she had lost her soul, listless. Yang Lingtian saw this in his eyes, and his thoughts kept turning. As a person who had experienced it, he could more or less see something. Yang Qian was definitely interested in Su Chen. In fact, this was not surprising. Su Chen was handsome, and his strength was extraordinary. No matter what kind of woman saw him, they would be moved. But would Su Chen like Yang Qian? Yang Lingtian was not sure about this. After all, Su Chen was too outstanding. Even if Yang Qian was a first-class beauty and a spirit reader master, she might not be worthy of Su Chen. It was just that it was not good for him to participate in the matter between a man and a woman. He shook his head and walked to the corner to rest. On the other side, after Su Chen was teleported out, he fell into the zombie horde. Seeing that a human had appeared beside them out of nowhere, the nearby zombies were all excited. One by one, they opened their bloody mouths and flew towards Su Chen. Su Chen snorted and swept out the enchanted divine saber in his hand. A gray wave of air rushed out, and wherever it passed, the zombies were all beheaded. The moment the zombie fell, 3 yellow beams of light shot into the sky. Su Chen glanced at them and quickly retracted his gaze. He did not intend to pick up the 3 yellow fragments. The yellow fragments represented things like seeds, which were not very valuable. Moreover, he had plenty of them on him, so he was too lazy to pick them up. The death of their companions did not frighten the zombies. Instead, it aroused their ferocious nature. With a series of roars, countless zombies charged towards Su Chen. Su Chen continued to slash with his saber. With every slash, dozens of zombies would die. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 zombies had died. There were also more than 10 fragments. Su Chen took the opportunity to pick up a few valuable fragments and then rushed towards a direction. 3 minutes later, Su Chen used his powerful strength to cut a hole in the zombie horde and rushed out of the encirclement. During this period, he killed hundreds of zombies and picked up several fragments. One of them was the golden scale arm fragment. At this point, he had collected 10 fragments and could use them. The golden scale arm fragment was a secret technique. However, it was not a secret technique. It was a rare secret technique to strengthen one's body. When used, the arms and hands would glow with a faint golden light and be covered with golden scales. Its main function was to defend. Ordinary swords and knives could not hurt it, and it could also resist attacks that were more than one level higher than the user. In other words, Su Chen was now a level 2 evolutionary. With the golden scale arm fragment, he could resist the attack of a level 3 or level 3 magician with just his hands. Chapter 80. Su Chen was pleasantly surprised that he managed to gather enough golden scale arm. Undoubtedly, his strength had increased again. Before he left, he slashed at the zombies that were charging at him. Just as the zombies fell, 2 colorful fragments appeared in his line of sight. If it were other fragments, he might not have picked them up. However, the colorful fragments might drop an upgrade gem, which was too important for him. Su Chen dismissed the idea of leaving immediately. He raised his hand and shot out 2 fireballs. After blowing up dozens of zombies, he rushed to the colorful fragments and grabbed them. Fusion Gem Fragment X1-11, picked up. The fragments are full. You can use it now. Use. When he saw that there was a blue gem in his hand, Su Chen was quite surprised. He originally thought that it would drop an upgrade gem, but he did not expect it to be a new gem. Based on the feedback he received, the fusion gem and the upgrade gem had completely different uses. The upgrade gem was used to upgrade. Simply put, the fusion gem was used to fuse 2 different things together, taking the essence and discarding the impurities. After receiving the news, Su Chen was moved. Although the fusion gem was not as useful as the upgrade gem, it was what he urgently needed. Before this, he had communicated with the intelligent vehicle. If he wanted to install the level 1 pulse cannon and the levelless Gatling gun, he could only use the fusion gem. It was too comfortable for Su Chen. It was like someone had given him a pillow when he wanted to sleep. After putting away the fusion gem happily, Su Chen continued to grab the second colorful fragment. Fusion Gem Fragment X1-11, picked up. The fragments are full. You can use it now. Su Chen was overjoyed. With 2 fusion gems in his hand, it meant that he could install the level 1 pulse cannon and the levelless Gatling gun. After that, he did not plan to continue fighting with the zombies. He instantly activated the rapid war boots and disappeared like the wind. After the upgrade, Su Chen's speed had exceeded that of a level 3 evolver. Not to mention that ordinary zombies couldn't catch up, even level 2 zombies couldn't catch up. After running for 10 miles in one breath and completely shaking off the zombies, Su Chen took out the intelligent chariot from his storage bag. Satoshi, transform into your largest form. I'm going in to rest, Su Chen said to the car model in his hand. Yes, master. The intelligent war chariot responded, and a ball of dazzling light flashed on the body of the chariot. It kept growing bigger, and in the blink of an eye, it was about 10 meters tall. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and circled the intelligent war chariot. From the outside, the intelligent war chariot looked no different from an ordinary caravan. Its entire body was silver white. Compared with the gray color of the other vehicles, it was unique and quite eye-catching. Retracting his gaze, Su-Chen nodded slightly. He was quite satisfied with the appearance of the intelligent chariot. After that, he entered the car. The interior of the car was relatively simple. Other than a few metal seats, there was nothing else. Su-Chen glanced around and went straight to the front of the car. His eyes fell on the control screen. At this time, at the corner of the control screen, there were some red and blue dots, and from time to time, the red and blue dots would disappear. Satoshi, what do those red and blue dots represent? Su-Chen asked curiously. Chapter 81. The red dots represent zombies, mutated beasts, and other threatening creatures. The blue dots represent humans, the intelligent war chariot replied. Su-Chen already knew that the intelligent war chariot had a scouting function. However, he did not expect it to be able to differentiate between humans and zombies. As for the disappearance of the red and blue dots, he guessed that it must be because the humans and zombies had encountered each other, fought each other, and were injured or killed. Satoshi, can you locate King Kong City? Su-Chen asked. He had only heard of King Kong City but had never been there. He only knew the general direction. If the intelligent war chariot could locate King Kong City, it would be much more convenient for the rest of the journey. I can't. The intelligent war chariot replied and explained, my current scouting range is only 5 kilometers. King Kong City isn't within the range, so I can't locate its exact location. Su-Chen nodded slightly. Suddenly, he had an idea. He had the mysterious Heavenly Mainland map tablet with him. It clearly recorded the entire landform of the mysterious Heavenly Mainland. If he could install it on the intelligent war chariot, would its scouting function not be upgraded? After that, Su-Chen told the intelligent war chariot about his idea and received an affirmative answer. The mysterious Heavenly Continent map tablet could be installed with the help of the fusion gem. Without hesitation, Su-Chen took out the fusion gem and the tablet. Under the guidance of the intelligent war chariot, he quickly installed it. At that moment, a map appeared on the central control screen. It was the complete map of the mysterious Heavenly Mainland. Satoshi, locate King Kong City and plan the fastest route, Su-Chen ordered. Yes, Master. After the image on the central control screen changed, a long white line extended from Su-Chen's position. It even turned a corner in the middle and finally connected to King Kong City. The distance shown on the screen was 560 kilometers. It would take 3 hours to reach the destination. Su-Chen calculated that the intelligent war chariot's top speed was 60 miles per hour. It would take more than 9 hours to reach King Kong City. Satoshi, activate the autopilot mode and head to King Kong City immediately, Su-Chen said. He had been separated from Tan Lin for a few days now, and he was worried about her all the time. He wanted to go to Vajra City and reunite with Tan Lin as soon as possible. Understood. The intelligent war chariot started and drove forward. Su-Chen had nothing to do, so he sat in the driver's seat and closed his eyes. Not long after, a red light suddenly lit up on the central control screen, and an alarm sounded. Warning, there are about 20 zombies in the path ahead. Do you want to avoid them? There's no need to change routes. Just crush them. Su-Chen scoffed. With the upgraded defense of the intelligent war chariot, it was too easy to crush this number of zombies. He wouldn't change his route for 20 zombies and waste his time. Got it. After receiving Su-Chen's reply, the intelligent war chariot continued on its original route and soon encountered the 20 zombies. Bang! 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 7 or 8 zombies were sent flying on the spot. The rest of the zombies roared and followed behind the intelligent war chariot. Su-Chen looked back and suddenly raised his eyebrows. He ordered the intelligent war chariot, Satoshi, stop the car and open the door. He saw clearly that among the zombies that were killed, one of them had a purple shard. The purple fragment represented something like barbarian thunder. It was very valuable, so he didn't want to give it up. Chapter 82. The intelligent war chariot braked and stopped on the spot. Su Chen also rushed out of the vehicle. The dozen zombies that were chasing after him saw a human coming out of the vehicle. They opened their bloodshot eyes and bared their fangs as they rushed towards Su Chen. Su Chen raised his hand and shot out a wind blade, killing all the zombies that rushed over. Another purple fragment. Su Chen's eyes lit up when he saw a purple beam of light on one of the zombies. He felt that his luck was off the charts for 2 purple fragments to be dropped by more than 20 zombies. Then, he walked up to one of the fragments and grabbed it. Picked up, Ancient Godly Demon Body, Fragment X1, 2-100. Fragments are not full, cannot be used. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. Although he was not sure what the Ancient Godly Demon Body was for, based on his experience, something that required 100 fragments to be collected must be extremely powerful. However, he still needed 98 fragments to collect it. It was a long way to go. After collecting his thoughts, he continued to pick up the second fragment. Picked up, 9th Heaven Dazzling Thunder, Fragment X1, 110. Fragments are not full, cannot be used. It's actually a fragment of the Divine Thunder. Su Chen was overjoyed. Ever since he saw the terrifying power of the Ancient Godly Thunder, he was especially concerned about the fragments. If he could also collect the 9th Heaven Dazzling Thunder, then the power of the Thunder spell would definitely soar to a terrifying level. Perhaps even a level, for evolved being might not be able to withstand it. After picking up the fragments, Su Chen returned to the intelligent war chariot. As for the more than 20 energy stones, he was too lazy to dig them up because they were all ordinary zombies. Satoshi, continue to King Kong City. Su Chen instructed, then took out a fusion gem and ungraded Gatling gun. Originally, he wanted to install the level 1 pulse cannon and ungraded Gatling gun together. However, because he had used up a fusion gem to install the map, he could only install one now. Level 1 pulse cannon and ungraded Gatling gun were both ranged weapons, but in terms of practicality and cost-effectiveness, the latter was obviously superior. Because it had no level, it could be equipped with energy stones of different levels. Thus, it could hunt zombies of different levels. In the future, it would not need to level up. This was something that the level 1 pulse cannon could not compare to. This was also the reason why Su Chen had chosen to install the levelless Gatling gun. After a while, Su Chen consumed the fusion gem and successfully installed the levelless Gatling gun on top of the front of the truck. He then filled it with 100 normal energy stones. Satoshi, in the future, if you encounter a group of less than 50 zombies, kill them on your own. There's no need to change your route, Su Chen instructed. With the current attack power of the intelligent war chariot, killing level 1 zombies was like playing around. Of course, if there were more than 50 of them, then in order to avoid wasting too many energy stones, he would still personally make a move. Roger that. The intelligent war chariot obeyed Su Chen's order. After that, Su Chen continued to lie down on the seat and rest. The intelligent war chariot followed the original route and slowly moved forward. 2 hours later, the alarm sounded again. Warning, a large group of zombies has appeared 9 miles ahead to the left. The rough estimate is that there are more than 30,000 zombies. A small group of zombies. Su Chen opened his eyes and looked at the central control screen. Soon, he saw a place called the Flying Bird Colony. There were a large number of red dots in the surroundings. They were so densely packed that they were innumerable. In the center of the red dots, there was a large group of blue dots gathered together. Chapter 83. The zombies are besieging the bird colony. Su Chen frowned. Generally speaking, zombies rarely besieged a gathering place. No matter how small the gathering place was, the number of people would reach tens of thousands. In addition, the city walls were tall and thick, and there were many evolvers and psychics. It would be very difficult to take down a colony. Su Chen guessed that there must be a zombie with intelligence hidden among the zombies. Otherwise, it was absolutely impossible for a group of walking corpses to surround a gathering place so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Could it be Jean Jiasher's doing? Su Chen had such a thought in his mind. Golden File Shi was originally the leader of Tiannan Colony. Later, he was infected and turned into a zombie. He even had intelligence. In this area, Golden File Shi was the only zombie with intelligence. Su Chen had his suspicions. However, regardless of whether it was Golden File Shi or not, he did not plan to get involved. He was in a hurry to go to King Kong City to meet Tan Lin. Satoshi, ignore it. Continue with the original route, Su Chen said. The zombie horde was not on the route, so there was nothing to worry about. Yes. The intelligent war chariot responded and continued to move forward at full speed. The rest of the journey was quite smooth. They did not encounter a zombie horde. They only encountered some wandering zombies, but they were all crushed by the intelligent war chariot. When they were less than 100 miles away from King Kong City, the central control panel sounded the alarm again. Warning, a large group of zombies appeared 1 kilometer ahead. There are 61 of them. Master, do you want to take a detour? No need. Keep driving. Su Chen did not care. To him, 60 zombies were as easy as moving his fingers. Soon, the intelligent war chariot arrived in front of the group of zombies. Su Chen, who was lying on the seat with his eyes closed, could faintly hear the sounds of fighting and screams coming from outside. Satoshi, stop the car, Su Chen shouted and opened his eyes to look outside. Outside the car, there was a large group of zombies besieging a dozen people. These people were holding all kinds of weapons and fighting with the zombies. They seemed to be very experienced. However, none of them were evolvers. Facing the zombies, they were at an absolute disadvantage. From time to time, a human would die tragically. The arrival of the intelligent war chariot also attracted the attention of the zombies. More than half of the zombies immediately rushed over. With so many fewer zombies, the pressure on the dozen people lessened a lot. They all knew that this was the best time to break through the encirclement and escape, so they all rushed in one direction with all their might. After killing 2 humans, they finally rushed out. However, Su Chen noticed that there was a dark-skinned young man with a body like an iron tower who had never left. Why isn't he running? Su Chen was a little puzzled. With the young man's physique, he definitely had the chance to charge out. Why would he stay and wait for death? Just as he was wondering, a shout caught his attention. Brother, run. Don't worry about me. Su Chen then noticed that there was a skinny little girl beside the young man. She looked like she was 6 or 7 years old. I see. Su Chen suddenly understood. He guessed the reason why the young man did not run. It was impossible for the young man to escape with his sister from the zombies. In order to protect his sister, he did not run away alone. However, one could foresee that there was only one outcome waiting for them. They would all die tragically in the hands of the zombies. Chapter 84. Clang, clang, just then, the zombies that were charging over began to hit the intelligent chariot. However, these zombies were all ordinary zombies. Even if they hit the intelligent chariot, for a lifetime, they would not cause any damage. Su Chen did not pay any attention to them. His eyes were fixed on the towering young man. Brother, leave quickly. The little girl saw that her brother was not willing to leave, and she cried out loudly. The towering young man was not moved. He was determined to protect her. He kept waving the machete in his hand and chopped down a few zombies. However, there were still a dozen zombies surrounding him. Under the powerful attack of the zombies, the towering young man gradually could not hold on. After chopping down a zombie, his arm that was holding the machete was bitten by a zombie. The machete in his hand fell. After losing his weapon, the towering young man was quickly drowned by the zombies. However, even at this point, he still did not abandon his sister. He laid on his sister's body, using his body and life to protect her. In the blink of an eye, his body was bitten by the zombies. His flesh was torn open, and blood was flowing out. Seeing this, Su Chen was slightly moved. In the post-apocalyptic world, what he saw the most was the coldness and deception of human nature. Including Su Chen himself, he presented a cold side to people. Of course, the so-called coldness was to strangers. If it was a close friend or relative, he would risk his life to save them. The towering young man in front of him was no different from a stranger to Su Chen. However, Su Chen wanted to save him. The reason was simple. A person who could risk his life to protect his sister would definitely not have a bad heart. Su Chen thought from another perspective. If he encountered such a situation, he would also risk his life to save his sister. In addition, he also considered that in order to survive in the post-apocalyptic world, it would not work to fight alone. He must have a group of loyal subordinates. He saw the towering young man's performance and had the intention to save him and take him under his command. Satoshi, open the door. Su Chen said. The intelligent war chariot received the order and quickly opened the door. The moment the car door opened, the zombies outside rushed in crazily. However, they were easily killed by Su Chen before they could even step into the car. Then, Su Chen came to the tower-like young man's side and quickly killed all the zombies. Big brother, did you kill those zombies? The tower-like young man gritted his teeth and asked when he realized that the zombies around him had all died mysteriously and Su Chen was standing in front of him. Su Chen almost choked to death when he heard the other party call him Big Brother. He was only 17 this year, okay? The tower-like young man looked to be at least 25 or 26 years old. Su Chen was caught off guard by the way she addressed him as Big Brother. He felt as if he had aged more than 10 years in an instant. Su Chen coughed softly and said, I killed those zombies. As soon as Su Chen finished speaking, the tower-like young man knelt on the ground and said gratefully, Thank you for saving my life, Big Brother. I have one more thing to ask of you. Su Chen clicked his tongue and said, Why don't you get up first? The other party kept calling him Big Brother, and even knelt in front of him, which made him a little embarrassed. The tower-like young man still knelt on the ground and pleaded, Big Brother, please take my sister in. I will be your slave in my next life to repay you. After that, he kowtowed to Su Chen and then picked up the knife on the ground to cut his own neck. Big Brother, no. The little girl screamed at the top of her lungs and tried to stop the tower-like young man from committing suicide. However, she was only 6 or 7 years old and had no strength. How could she stop it? Seeing that the knife was about to cut the tower-like young man's neck, Su Chen made his move. Chapter 85. Su Chen frowned and shot out a stream of psychic power. It instantly wrapped around the tower-like young man and bound him firmly. He could not move at all. Since I want to save you, I will not let you die. Su Chen said with a smile. He knew why the Iron Tower youth wanted to commit suicide. Because being bitten by a zombie will definitely turn into a zombie. The Iron Tower youth was bitten countless times by zombies, no doubt speeding up the speed of turning into a zombie. He found out that he was about to turn into a zombie, so he decisively wanted to end his own life. The Iron Tower youth was shocked to find that even if he used all his strength, he could not move the knife half an inch. His mind suddenly came up with a thought, exclaimed, Big Brother, you are a level 2 spirit reader? Although he is not an evolver, nor a spirit reader, but he has heard of the spirit reader. Spirit reader is the most difficult of the 3 major professions to cultivate, and only when reaching level 2, the spiritual force can be turned into an invisible force to attack or defend. Seeing that Su Chen didn't do anything and was able to make him unable to move, he suspected that Su Chen was a level 2 spirit reader master. You know a lot. Su Chen smiled and walked forward, taking out 2 glass bottles from the storage bag. One bottle is the antivirus potion, the other bottle is the healing potion. Big brother, I am about to turn into a zombie, hurry up and kill me. The Iron Tower youth did not have time to think about anything. At this moment his face was covered with black hair. Seeing that he was about to turn into a zombie, he anxiously begged Su Chen. Big brother, don't die. What will I do if you die? The little girl saw that her brother still wanted to die, suddenly wailed. I am here, you will not die, and you will not turn into a zombie. Su Chen did not delay, took the 2 bottles of potion and poured it down the Iron Tower youth's throat. You will recover soon. Su Chen patted the Iron Tower youth's shoulder. In order to prevent the Iron Tower youth from committing suicide, he threw the knife to the side, then withdrew his spiritual force, walked to the side and began to pick up the fragments. The zombie he had just killed had dropped 2 fragments. One was red, and the other was black. There was no reason not to pick them up. The tower-like young man regained his freedom and panted a few times. Then he was surprised to find that his consciousness was much clearer, and he was no longer transforming into a zombie. Do I really not need to become a zombie? The towering young man was a little confused. As everyone knew, there was no antidote in this world for corpse poison. Once a human was bitten by a zombie, they would definitely turn into a zombie. This was an immutable truth. However, his condition was clearly improving, and there was no sign of him turning into a zombie. What was going on? Brother, the black strands on your face have disappeared. Also, the wounds on your body are healing, the little girl shouted excitedly. Ah! The tower-like young man was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly looked down at himself. When he saw the wounds on his body healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, he was completely dumbfounded. Big brother wasn't bragging. He really can save me. The towering young man murmured. Then, he turned to Su Chen and called out softly, Big brother. Su Chen was picking up the fragments and did not have time to pay attention to him. He grabbed one of the red shards. Picked up, Level 1 Constitution Potion, *1, 1-1. The fragments are full. Ready to use. Use. Su Chen curled his lips and happily put the Level 1 Constitution Potion into his storage bag. Taking the Level 1 Constitution Potion could allow an ordinary person to become a Level 1 Evolver. Its value was huge. He had only picked it up once before, and then he used it on Yang Hao. He was very happy that another bottle was dropped. Chapter 86. Then, Su Chen grabbed the black fragment again. Picked up, Planting Dimension, Fragment X1, 210. Fragments are not enough, cannot be used. Su Chen guessed that the planting dimension was probably used to grow things. He had a lot of seeds on him. If he could collect all of them, he could plant and obtain a lot of food. Food was a very scarce resource in the apocalypse. If there was a constant supply of food, he could even build a colony. However, there were only 2 planting dimension fragments, and it was still far from collecting all of them, so he gave up on the idea. After that, he walked back to the tower-like young man, looked at him and nodded slightly. You've recovered quite well. The wounds on the tower-like young man's body had begun to scab, and it would not take long for him to fully recover. This was the magical effect of the healing potion. Big brother, thank you for saving me. The tower-like young man thanked Su Chen. He seemed to feel that his sincerity was not enough and wanted to kneel down to Su Chen. Okay, let's talk about it in the car. Su Chen quickly stopped him. He was not used to the young man kneeling down to him. Admittedly, he had saved his life, but he did not need to be so grateful. The 3 of them walked to the car, and Su Chen ordered the intelligent chariot to continue on the original route. The intelligent chariot received the order and slowly moved forward. When this scene fell into the eyes of the two tower-like young men, they were extremely shocked. They had seen a MCV before, but they had never heard of a MCV that could talk and drive itself. "Big brother, your MCV is so magical. I have never seen it before." The little girl blinked and kept looking inside the car, her eyes full of curiosity. Su Chen smiled and did not explain. He had too many strange things on him. She would slowly get used to it when she had more contact with it in the future. "Big brother, don't you want those energy stones?" Seeing the intelligent chariot run more than 100 meters in the blink of an eye, the tower-like young man's face was pained. There were 30 or 40 zombies that were killed, which meant that there were more than 30 or 40 energy stones. Even the lowest level of ordinary energy stones was an unimaginable amount of wealth to him. However, Su Chen didn't seem to care about him at all. He actually left directly, which made him extremely puzzled. There will be plenty of opportunities to mine energy stones in the future. Furthermore, I guarantee that you will mine until your hands go numb. The corners of Su Chen's mouth twitched as he revealed a meaningful smile. With his current strength, if he wanted to kill zombies and dig out energy stones, it would be extremely easy. Besides, he didn't care about zombies with less than 100 in number. Even if he wanted to kill them, he had to choose a small group of zombies. Only then would he be able to kill them and pick up more fragments. Of course, he didn't mention this point. Once the Iron Tower young man found out, he might be scared to death. The towering youth didn't doubt Su Chen's words because he knew that Su Chen was a level 2 spirit reader master. The strength of a level 2 spirit reader master was beyond doubt, and he was qualified to say such words. "My name is Su Chen." Su Chen took a deep breath and said, "What are your names? How old are you this year?" "Chen Gu." "My name is Sherdaniu. I'm 16 years old this year. This is my sister Sherduo. She's 7 years old this year." The tower-like young man introduced. "You're only 16 years old?" Su Chen's face was full of suspicion. He unconsciously glanced at Sherdaniu, but he didn't feel that he looked like a 16-year-old. "Big brother Chen, my brother is really only 16 years old. He just looks old." Seeing Su Chen's face of disbelief, Sherduo explained. Chapter 87. Su Chen did not want to dwell on this issue, so he asked, "Which colony are you from?" "Chen Gu, we came from Vajra City," Sherdaniu replied. Hearing this, Su Chen frowned slightly. "Why aren't you guys staying in King Kong City? What are you doing here?" Vajra City was about 100 miles away from here, and Sherdaniu and his sister were ordinary people. Wouldn't they be courting death if they came so far? Sherdaniu sighed and explained, "We couldn't afford to pay the energy stones, so we were kicked out." So that's how it is. Su Chen suddenly realized. In order to stay in the colony safely, one had to pay a certain amount of energy stones every month. This was a rule that every colony had. Otherwise, why would the colony protect you if you didn't contribute at all? However, there was one thing that Su Chen could not figure out. With Sherdaniu's physique, it was possible for him to find a job or join a mercenary team. Why couldn't he earn the minimum amount of energy stones? You didn't find a job? Or join a mercenary team? You couldn't earn any energy stones? Su Chen was puzzled and asked. "I used to be able to, but not anymore." Sherdaniu clenched his fists as he said this, and a hint of anger appeared on his face. Sherduo, who was beside him, was also fuming. Seeing Sherdaniu's expression, Su Chen guessed that he must have some hidden troubles, but he did not ask. If Sherdaniu wanted to say something, he would say it. If he didn't want to say it, he wouldn't force him. After a while, Sherdaniu finally spoke. "Later, Qin Lang from Tongfu Chamber of Commerce took a fancy to my sister and wanted to buy her. I didn't agree, so he secretly played tricks and didn't let me work or join a mercenary team. Without any income, we were kicked out. What's Qin Lang's background? Su Chen asked. Qin Lang is a steward of the Tongfu Chamber of Commerce. The Tongfu Chamber of Commerce is the largest chamber of commerce in King Kong City. I heard that they have a close relationship with the city lord's mansion, Shi Dainyu replied. Why would he want to buy your sister? Su Chen felt a little strange. Shi Duo was only 7 years old and looked so frail. What could he do with her if he bought her? Wasn't she a little too young to be a maid? Shi Duo's face immediately flushed red. She looked abnormally ashamed and resentful. She bit her lips and said hatefully, because he is a big pervert. Shi Dainyu's face was also filled with righteous indignation. He gritted his teeth and cursed, yes, he is a scumbag. Scum. I don't know how many girls he has harmed, but the younger they are, the more he likes them. Motherf *cur. After understanding what was going on, Su Chen couldn't help but curse. Shi Duo was only 7 years old, yet Qin Lang wanted to ravage her. Is he even human? He was worse than an animal. Su Chen secretly swore that he would destroy Qin Lang no matter what when he went to Vajra City this time. Don't worry, I won't let Qin Lang go when I go to Vajra City this time. Su Chen took a deep breath and said resolutely. Ah! Shi Dainyu was shocked. Chen Gu, you want to go to Vajra City? And you want to kill Qin Lang? Although he couldn't wait to cut Qin Lang into pieces, he also knew that Qin Lang had the support of the Tongfu Chamber of Commerce. If Su Chen dared to act recklessly in Vajra City, he would definitely attract a fatal disaster. Chen Gu, don't be rash. Shi Dainyu hurriedly advised. Su Chen sneered. Let alone a mere steward of the Tongfu Chamber of Commerce, even if it was the Castellan of Vajra City, Huang Can, I would still kill him if I don't like him. Hearing this, Shi Dainyu and Shi Duo were dumbfounded. Su Chen didn't even care about the Castellan Huang Can. Huang Can was a level 3 evolver, a super strong person with unparalleled strength. Even if Su Chen was a level 2 spirit reader, he definitely wouldn't be a match for a level 3 evolver, right? Moreover, he was in the Castellan's territory and had to face the siege of countless strong people. He would probably be blasted to pieces in a single move. Chapter 88. Su Chen's words were not without reason, nor was he boasting. He had absolute confidence in himself. A level 2 evolver, a level 2 all-element spellcaster, and a level 2 spirit sorcerer, the combination of these three made his strength unparalleled. Not to mention, he also had the violent thunder technique, which had been fused with the godly thunder technique. Therefore, even if he faced a level 3 evolver, he was confident that he could kill him. Chen Gu, you have to think twice. Shi Dainyu tried to persuade him again. In his opinion, Su Chen was a level 2 spirit sorcerer at such a young age. His talent was extraordinary, and he was definitely a rare cultivation genius. However, such geniuses often had a common problem, which was that they were arrogant and thought that they were the most powerful people in the world. Shi Dainyu was now worried that Su Chen would suffer losses or even lose his life because of this. Well, take the time to rest. When we reach King Kong City, there will be a good show to watch. Su Chen did not explain anything. He sat in the driver's seat and closed his eyes to rest. Shi Dainyu and Shi Duo looked at each other and sighed at the same time. They both knew that they could not change Su Chen's decision, and in their hearts, they were prepared for the worst. After all, their lives were saved by Su Chen. If something happened to them on this trip to King Kong City, they would return their lives to Su Chen. The intelligent war chariot had been running for more than 10 minutes when the alarm suddenly sounded. Warning, there is a MCV ahead that is speeding toward us. It is estimated that we will encounter it in 1 minute. Su Chen opened his eyes and glanced at the central control screen. When he saw a blue dot coming toward him, he frowned slightly. Warning, the MCV is infinitely approaching. 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters. At this time, the intelligent war chariot sounded the alarm again. "Stop the car," Su Chen ordered. He got up and left the seat, and his face became gloomy. No matter what the other party was here for, they had undoubtedly delayed his time in entering King Kong City, which made him very angry. After the intelligent war chariot stopped, the MCV also stopped in front of the intelligent war chariot. Then, two men in yellow clothes got off the MCV and kept looking at the intelligent chariot. Su Chen opened the door and got off the car. He glanced at the two men and coldly snorted, "What are you doing here? Why did you become my road? Does this road belong to your family? I'll do whatever I want. What can you do about it?" Among the two, a youth with a crew cut sneered and walked towards Su Chen. Hearing this, Su Chen's eyes gradually narrowed. Judging from the other party's tone, it was obvious that he was here to pick a fight. However, their luck was obviously not too good. They actually dared to take the initiative to provoke him. The consequences could be imagined. "Boy, your car is not bad. I've taken a liking to it. How about exchanging my car with yours?" The other bald man came forward with a sinister smile on his face. Although he was using a negotiating tone, the machete in his hand was dangling, full of threat. It seemed to mean that if you know what's good for you, you'd better agree. Otherwise, don't blame the machete in my hand for being merciless. It seems that you want to rob me? Su Chen rubbed his nose, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. "Boy, don't be so shameless. Do you know who we are? If we tell you, you'll be scared to death." The youth with a crew cut threatened. The reason why they were so unscrupulous was that they relied on their identity and strength. Secondly, seeing Su Chen's young age, they believed that Su Chen was not a powerful person. "Chen Gu, they're from the Tongfu Chamber of Commerce," Shi Daniu suddenly reminded him at this time. Everyone from the Tongfu Chamber of Commerce would wear a special yellow shirt, which was very distinctive. Shi Daniu recognized it at a glance, and at the same time, he was a little worried. Chapter 89. You are from the Tongfu Chamber of Commerce, so you should know Qin Lang, right? Su Chen looked at the bald man and asked in a low voice. He was planning to find trouble with Qin Lang, but he didn't expect the people from the Tongfu Chamber of Commerce to come to him. This was interesting. "Of course I know Steward Qin." The bald man replied and then said arrogantly, "Our Tongfu Chamber of Commerce is one of the top forces in King Kong City. Since you know our identity, you should know what to do, right?" "I know what to do." Su Chen's mouth curved into a strange arc. Without warning, he grabbed the bald man's neck and lifted him into the air. Woo woo, the bald man was suffocated. He struggled desperately but couldn't escape from Su Chen's evil clutches. "Boy, you dare to attack." The youth with a crew cut was horrified. Su Chen made the first move, which was something he did not expect. Besides, judging from Su Chen's performance, he was definitely an evolver, and most likely a level 2-1. The bald man was a level 1 evolver. If not for Su Chen's strength, he wouldn't have been unable to resist. "I'm going to attack. What can you do to me?" Su Chen sneered disdainfully and then increased the strength of his grip. The bald man's eyes turned white from the pinch. Seeing that the bald man was about to be strangled to death, the youth with a crew cut gritted his teeth and shouted at Su Chen, "Boy, I don't care who you are. If you dare to hurt the people of the Tongfu Chamber of Commerce, you will not have a good ending." "Is that so?" Su Chen snorted and suddenly exerted his strength. With a crack sound, the bald man's neck was broken and his head drooped down. Su Chen casually threw him and the bald man fell to the ground like a dead pig. "How dare you kill someone?" The youth with a crew cut was so scared that he trembled and a layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Shi Daniu, who was in the car, also had a face full of shock. The people of the Tongfu Chamber of Commerce were not ordinary small fries. How could Su Chen kill them just like that? Wasn't he afraid that Vajra city would take revenge on him? In addition, there was a trace of doubt in his heart. Su Chen did not seem to have used spiritual power just now. Could it be that he was a powerful evolver? What's done is done. Why do you have so much nonsense to say? Su Chen turned around and looked at the youth with a crew cut before slowly walking towards him. Don't come any closer. The young man with the crew cut shivered and retreated in fear. Every time Su Chen took a step forward, his heart would beat violently. As the distance between them continued to shrink, he could no longer bear the pressure, and a puddle of stinky liquid was left under his feet. Please let me go. I'll give you all my energy stones and this MCV. The young man leaned against the MCV and begged for mercy. Su Chen remained unmoved and approached the crew-cut youth step by step. Killing one was killing, and killing two was also killing. According to his style of doing things, he would never let the other party go. But after inadvertently glancing at the MCV, his expression suddenly changed and he muttered, "Is this Wu Yang's MCV?" He still remembered clearly that when Liu Yang drove the MCV in a panic and hit a boulder, causing the MCV to be damaged. There was a big dent in the front of the MCV. There was also a big dent in the front of the MCV in front of him. He also found that the MCV came from the Tiannan gathering place. All signs indicated that this MCV was probably Wu Yang's MCV. Then why was it in the hands of the Tongfu Chamber of Commerce? Did something happen to Wu Yang? How was Tan Lin? Su Chen did not dare to think about it. He pulled the crew-cut youth to his side and asked loudly, "Where did you get this MCV?" Chapter 90. I'll tell you, but you can't kill me. Under Su Chen's gaze, the young man was scared out of his wits, but he still clenched his teeth and tried to escape. You are not qualified to bargain with me. Su Chen's face darkened. He reached out and grabbed the young man's arm, squeezing it hard. Crack! His arm was actually broken by the claw. Ah! The young man screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Sherdaniu, who was in the car, saw this scene. He swallowed his saliva and thought to himself, Chingu is really an evolver, but he is too cruel. Su Chen attacked one after another. First, he killed the bald man, then he broke the young man's arm, showing his ruthless side incisively and vividly. This caused Sherdaniu to feel a deep sense of fear in his heart. Shut up! Su Chen scolded, then grabbed the young man's other arm and threatened, if you don't tell me, I'll break your arm too. Don't do it, I'll tell you everything, the young man begged for mercy and said quickly, a man named Li Liang sold it to us. Li Liang. Su Chen frowned. He couldn't figure it out. Even if the MCV was sold, it was Wu Yang who had the final say. What right did Li Liang have to sell it? Why did Li Liang sell the MCV? And was he alone when the MCV was sold? Su Chen asked again. The young man had learned his lesson this time and hurriedly replied, he was alone, but I got a message that those people with him were put under house arrest by the young governor. What? Su Chen was shocked and hurriedly asked, when did this happen? Where are they under house arrest? More than an hour ago, I was placed under house arrest in the young city lord's mansion, the young man with a crew cut replied truthfully. Su Chen narrowed his eyes as a monstrous killing intent spread out from his body. He smashed the youth's head with a punch and then rushed to the car. Satoshi, full speed to Vajra City. He didn't know why the young city lord wanted to put Wu Yang and the others under house arrest, but as long as they were under house arrest, they would definitely be in danger. He had to get there as soon as possible. Yes. The intelligent war chariot replied and accelerated toward Vajra City. Sherdaniu originally wanted to say something to Su Chen, but when he saw Su Chen's gloomy face, as if he was about to kill someone, he didn't dare to say anything. Master, we are about to arrive at Vajra City. Half an hour later, a huge city appeared in front of them, and the intelligent war chariot reminded them. Su Chen glanced at Vajra City, then turned to Sher Dainyu and asked, Dainyu, is there only one entrance to Vajra City? Chen Gu, you can only enter Vajra City through the city gate, and outsiders have to pay energy stones to enter, Sher Dainyu replied. Satoshi, go to the city gate, Su Chen ordered and then asked, how much is the fee? 1 ordinary energy stone per person, and another 10 if the MCV follows. Su Chen nodded and took out 13 energy stones from his storage bag. Soon, the intelligent war chariot stopped at the city gate. Because the appearance of the intelligent war chariot was too eye-catching, it immediately attracted the attention of many people. As soon as Su Chen got out of the car, a fat man asked him, Brother, are you selling this MCV? The price is negotiable. Su Chen didn't bother to pay attention to him and walked straight toward the guards at the city gate. F***ck, don't be so arrogant. The fat man was ignored by Su Chen and snorted with a gloomy face. 3 people and a MCV enter the city. Su Chen walked up to a guard, explained his purpose, and handed him 13 energy stones. Chapter 91. The guard took the energy stone and weighed it in his hand. Then, he glanced at Su Chen and asked, Where did you come from? The gathering place of the birds. Su Chen did not think much and replied. Hearing that Su Chen came from the flying bird colony, the guard rolled his eyes and said with a fake smile, The price to enter the city has changed. Each person needs to pay 10 energy stones. If the MCV enters, it will be an additional 100. The reason why he dared to ask for such an exorbitant price was that he had received reliable news that the flying bird colony was besieged by a large number of zombies and would fall soon. In his eyes, Su Chen was a refugee, and a very rich one. Otherwise, he would not have such a flashy MCV. Therefore, he wanted to take the opportunity to extort a sum of energy stones from Su Chen. Say that again. Su Chen's pupils suddenly shrank, and a faint murderous aura surrounded his body. He was not stupid, and he quickly guessed that the guard must be blackmailing him. Was he blind? Did he really think that he was a soft persimmon? The guard seemed to have sensed it. Under Su Chen's gaze, he took a small step back and warned, Boy, this is King Kong City, not a place for you to mess around. If you can't pay the energy stones, get out of here immediately. Su Chen was originally suppressing his anger, but because he was in a hurry to enter the city, he did not want to lower himself to the guard's level. He did not expect that the guard would take advantage of him, and his anger was completely ignited. F***cku. Su Chen slapped the guard's face and sent him flying. Accompanied by a blood-curdling scream, the guard slammed into the city wall and slid to the ground weakly. His face was already badly mutilated. Hiss. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers gasped in unison. The originally noisy and bustling city gate also fell into a strange silence at this moment. F***ck. Is this guy crazy? He even dared to kill the city gate guard. This boy is dead. After a long time, everyone slowly came back to their senses and pointed at Su Chen, whispering. The fat man glanced at Su Chen and muttered gloatingly, Serves you right. Who told you to act tough? Let's see if you can still act tough this time. Sher Duo, who was in the intelligent war chariot, gently nudged Sher Dainyu. She said anxiously, Brother, am I seeing things? Did Big Brother Chen really kill a guard? That's right. Sher Dainyu gritted his teeth, his heart filled with despair. When he found out that Su Chen was coming to Vajra City to kill Qin Lang, he already knew that this trip boded ill rather than well. But he never thought that it would come so quickly. Su Chen killing the city guards was equivalent to challenging the dignity of the entire Vajra City. Vajra City would definitely take revenge on Su Chen. Even if Su Chen was a level 2 evolver, facing the wrath of a large city, the only outcome was death. As for him and his sister, Sher Duo, there was no way out. Kill him. After the other city guards reacted, they all took out their weapons and rushed towards Su Chen while roaring. Su Chen waved his hand and a gray wind blade whizzed out, killing the guards on the spot in an instant. A psychic caster. He's a psychic caster. Someone in the crowd shouted in shock, which then caused a fierce quarrel. How is that possible? He's clearly an evolver. Are you blind? Didn't you see that he's using wind magic? But how can a person be both an evolver and a psychic caster? Chapter 92. Shirdanyu and Shirduo did not say a word. They stood rooted to the ground like two wooden stakes, deep in shock. Compared to the others, they had to know more. Su Chen was not only an evolver and a magician, but he was also a level 2 divine psychic. Even though they had seen it with their own eyes, Shirdanyu and Shirduo still felt that it was a little unbelievable. Who dares to behave atrociously in my King Kong city? After receiving the news that someone had killed the guards at the city gate, a group of armored guards quickly rushed to the city. There were about 20 of them. The leader of the group was a burly red-faced man. When the fat man saw the guards coming, he was secretly delighted. No matter how strong this kid is, he won't be able to escape death this time. The red-faced man walked up to Su Chen, glanced at the guards' bodies on the ground, and snorted coldly. Kid, you killed them, didn't you? I killed them, Su Chen said calmly. Men, take him down. The red-faced man didn't waste any time. With a wave of his hand, 2 armored guards rushed towards Su Chen. Get lost. Su Chen waved his hand and a wind blade flew out. With a flash of gray light, the 2 guards who rushed up were beheaded and died on the spot. Arrogant. When the red-faced man saw that Su Chen dared to kill under his nose, he was furious. He pulled out his sword and slashed at Su Chen. Almost at the same time, Su Chen also punched out. The red-faced man was only a level 1 evolver, while Su Chen was a level 2-1. The two were not on the same level in terms of speed or strength. The red-faced man had just raised the sword in his hand, but before he could land it, his chest was hit by Su Chen's fierce blow. Then, with the horrifying sound of bones breaking, the red-faced man's huge body was lifted into the air and flew backward like a kite with a broken string. During the flight, he spat out a mouthful of blood, leaving a trail of blood along the way. My God! He is a level 2 evolver. Witnessing Su Chen insta-killing the red-faced man, no one could remain calm. At first, he had thought that Su Chen was just a level 1 evolver. He had never thought that he was a level 2 evolver and a magician. The more he thought about it, the more terrifying it was. No wonder Su Chen dared to kill people at the city gate without restraint. It turned out that he was relying on his formidable strength. They even thought that if it was a one-on-one battle, no one else in Vajra City would be a match for Su Chen other than City Lord Huang Can. On the other side, the red-faced man fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura was extremely weak, and it seemed that he wouldn't be able to survive. Before he died, a voice screamed in his heart, why is he still an evolved human? Why is he even stronger than me? I can't accept this. Previously, when he saw Su Chen use spells to attack, he subconsciously thought that Su Chen was just a magician. That was why he dared to attack Su Chen. Unexpectedly, Su Chen was also an evolved human, and his strength was higher than his, so he died without knowing anything. The remaining armored soldiers looked at each other in dismay. They were originally there to capture Su Chen, but when they saw Su Chen insta-kill their leader, they didn't dare to act rashly. Su Chen had shocked everyone with one move. Su Chen glanced around. Wherever he looked, no one dared to breathe too loudly. They were afraid that they would accidentally attract Su Chen's attention and get themselves killed. The fat man was so scared that he was trembling. He kept praying in his heart, God, please don't let him hear what I just said. Su Chen looked around and finally fixed his eyes on the armored guards. Chapter 93. Those who know where the young governor's mansion is, if you take a step forward, I can spare your life, Su Chen said loudly. He didn't know the location of the young governor's mansion, but these guards definitely knew, so he wanted to get the information from them. After the dozen or so guards looked at each other, they seemed to have come to an agreement and fled in all directions. They knew that they couldn't talk about the young governor's mansion. Once they said it, they would die. If they didn't say it, would Su Chen let them go? So, they simply ran away. Can you run away? Su Chen sneered. His hands kept waving, and wind blades shot out. At the same time, he released his mental power to bind the two closest to him. As screams resounded in the air, the guards who had fled died one after another. Only the two people who had been controlled survived. Do you know where the young governor's mansion is? Su Chen walked forward and stared at one of the guards. I can't say it. I'll die if I say it, the guard shouted in fear. Then you can die now. Su Chen didn't waste time. He raised his hand and smashed the guard's head. Then, he looked at the other guard. Are you going to say it? The guard was so scared that he almost wet himself. He quickly replied, Don't kill me. I'll say it. I'll say it all. Su Chen nodded slightly and called to the intelligent chariot, Satoshi, come here. After receiving the order, the intelligent chariot quickly drove to Su Chen's side. Su Chen carried the guard to the chariot and put him in front of the chariot. He said coldly, You lead the way. If you dare to lie, I'll kill you on the spot. I don't dare. The guard shrunk his neck in fear and hurriedly pointed the way. The intelligent chariot sped up and rushed in a direction. After driving for about a kilometer, hundreds of guards suddenly appeared on the street in front. These guards were the elite troops of King Kong City. There were 3 level 2 evolutionaries and more than a dozen level 1 evolutionaries. It could be said that this lineup was enough to fight against a small zombie tide. Chenggu, they are the main force of King Kong City. They are very strong, and there are many high-level evolvers among them, Shi Dainyu reminded Su Chen with a pale face. Just a bunch of trash. Su Chen was not afraid. While speaking, he took out the enchanted magic saber from his storage bag and walked out of the carriage. Chenggu. Mu Dainyu's mouth quivered. Originally, he wanted to persuade Su Chen to leave quickly, but when he saw Su Chen's mountain-like body, an inexplicable feeling welled up in his heart. Facing hundreds of experts, Su Chen's expression remained the same. Could it be that his strength was so outstanding that he had nothing to fear? How dare you run amok in King Kong City? Brothers, take him down. Life or death. The hundreds of people on the opposite side exchanged glances with Su Chen. Then, a middle-aged brawny man came out of the crowd and shouted loudly. He held a giant axe and rushed towards Su Chen. Kill! For a moment, the battle cries were deafening. Hundreds of soldiers rushed over together like surging waves, setting off a monstrous killing intent. Just this aura alone was enough to make it hard for people to breathe. Su Chen's eyes gradually narrowed. The enchanted magic saber in his hand became restless after infusing it with wind magic power. When the soldiers rushed over, he swept out the saber. Chapter 94. The moment the blade slashed out, a huge gray wind blade whizzed out. The surrounding wind howled, the void shook, and the sky changed color. The middle-aged man at the front was wrapped in a violent killing intent. He was like a lone boat in a stormy sea that could capsize and be destroyed at any time. How is this possible? The middle-aged man was inexplicably terrified as he screamed at the top of his lungs. The power of Su Chen's blade was so terrifying that it gave him the feeling that it was much more terrifying than the powerful attack of a level 3 evolutionary. Moreover, what made it even more difficult for him to understand was, in this attack, the power of an evolver and a magic psychic was perfectly combined. Faced with such a graceful blade, the middle-aged man had nowhere to run or hide. He could only brace himself and block with his giant axe. In the next moment, the middle-aged man turned into a pile of mangled flesh and fell straight to the ground amidst the dense sounds of collision and flesh being pierced. Many of the guards who were following closely behind him also died. Especially the ordinary soldiers, their deaths were even more miserable. They were cut into pieces of minced flesh and scattered on the ground. Oh my God! Is he still human? Is he a devil or a killing god? The surrounding onlookers were shocked when they saw this scene. The rest of the guards were also shocked by the power of Su Chen's blade. A kind of fear spread in their hearts. They, who were originally charging forward aggressively, also stopped at this moment. Although they were all elite soldiers who had experienced hundreds of battles and had incomparably firm willpower, they still chose to retreat in the face of a terrifying existence like Su Chen. Su Chen's strength had exceeded their understanding. Not to mention killing dozens of people with a single blade, even a level 2 evolutionary had no power to resist. Was this something that could be stopped by a human? They were well aware that if they still dared to resist, they might not even know how they died. Gulp. The guard who was caught by Su Chen to lead the way swallowed his saliva. His legs trembled violently, and he directly sat on the ground. After witnessing Su Chen's terrifying attack, the psychological pressure caused by it was unprecedented. He really could not withstand it. Sherdaniu, who was beside him, was also frightened, but it quickly turned into excitement. He did not expect Su Chen to be so powerful. This also showed that what Su Chen said before was not nonsense. He really had the strength to kill a level 3 evolutionary. At this moment, Sherdaniu's hope of survival was reignited. There was a voice in his heart that kept shouting, "Big Brother Chen. You're too awesome." After the blade, Su Chen glanced at the group of guards and coldly shouted, "If you don't want to die, get out of here." He originally wanted to go to the mansion of the young city lord to find the whereabouts of Tan Lin and the others. If these guards were sensible enough to leave, he would not continue to kill. Hearing this, the guards were all frightened. However, they had to do their duty. If they were scared away, they would be punished, and even lose their lives. For a moment, they were somewhat at a loss and fell into a dilemma. If you don't want to leave, then stay. Su Chen's expression turned serious, and he slashed out again from afar. This time, the enchanted divine blade was infused with fire magic. A fiery dragon emitting scorching heat wriggled out, and in the blink of an eye, it fell into the group of guards. There was a loud boom. The fiery dragon exploded like a volcanic eruption, and the terrifying power of fire raged. Chapter 95. Amidst the screams, dozens of people were burned and died on the spot. The weaker ones didn't even have a corpse left, turning into ashes. "Run!" Someone shouted, and the rest of the guards turned around and fled. In the face of death, duties and responsibilities were completely thrown to the back of their minds. A bunch of trash. Su Chen glanced at them coldly and sneered. He turned and returned to the intelligent chariot. "Stand up and continue to lead the way." Seeing the guard lying on the ground and shivering, Su Chen immediately scolded him. "Yes." The guard trembled and hurriedly got up to lead the way. The rest of the journey was no longer obstructed, and the intelligent chariot smoothly arrived in front of a manor. "Sir, this is the mansion of the young city governor," the guard said respectfully. Su Chen nodded. "What is the name of your young city governor?" It was disrespectful to call the young city governor by his name, but under Su Chen's gaze, the guard replied honestly, "Wang Junlin." "You can go now." Su Chen dismissed him, got out of the chariot, and walked toward the gate of the manor. The guard ran away as if he had been pardoned. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Outside the gate of the manor, 2 guards saw a strange man coming and asked loudly, "Is this Huang Junlin's mansion?" Su Chen walked forward and asked in a deep voice. How dare you? How dare you call the young city governor by his name? Do you want to die? One of the guards scolded and rushed forward to teach Su Chen a lesson. It seems to be here. Su Chen whispered and waved his hand. A violent force came out of his body. The guard only felt a huge force hit him, and then his vision blurred. He hit the gate heavily and died with all his bones broken. The other guard was dumbfounded and stood in place, not daring to move. Su Chen didn't care. He walked to the closed gate and kicked it. The gate was suddenly torn apart. Then, he walked into the yard. The loud noise quickly attracted a group of guards. They scattered and surrounded Su Chen. Who are you? How dare you break into the young city governor's mansion? Do you want to die? A bearded man pointed at Su Chen's nose and questioned. Where is Huang Junlin? Su Chen walked forward and released his mental strength. He instantly controlled the bearded man. You. The bearded man's eyes widened, and his face was full of horror. Only a spirit reader master of level 2 and above could do this without realizing it. Realizing this, his mind was in chaos. What's the situation? Why did a level 2 spirit reader come? This is the young city governor's mansion. Even a level 2 spirit reader wouldn't dare to act rashly, right? Could it be that this young expert in front of him had gone mad? Is he not afraid of revenge? Fall into a place of no return. Friend, I want to remind you that this is the young city governor's mansion. The bearded man forced himself to calm down and pointed out the stakes to Su Chen. Take me to Huang Junlin, or die. Su Chen didn't talk nonsense with him. A strong murderous aura spread out. The bearded man's face suddenly turned pale, and the other guards couldn't resist and retreated one after another. My patience is limited. Su Chen stared at the bearded man, his eyes flashing coldly. Feeling the breath of death, the bearded man surrendered. In the backyard. Chapter 96. Under the shocked gazes of the guards, Su Chen grabbed the bearded man with one hand and rushed to the backyard. In a large hall in the backyard, a young man in luxurious clothes with a sinister appearance slowly approached Tan Lin with a lewd smile on his face. Beauty, as long as you're willing to submit to me, I can consider sparing the lives of these two fellows. Dream on. Tan Lin bit her lips, feeling ashamed and angry. She kept retreating and was forced to the corner in the blink of an eye. Beast, let her go. Wu Yang was lying on the ground with blood all over his body. He gritted his teeth and roared, Huang Junlin, as the young master of the city, how could you do such a despicable thing? Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by the world? Ha! Huang Junlin laughed wantonly and said disdainfully, in King Kong City, I am the god. Who dares to ridicule me? Huang, don't be so arrogant. Su Chen will not let you go. Chao Ran, who was beside Wu Yang, raised his head and roared. Chao Ran, are you AF * king idiot? Li Liang stepped forward and stepped on Chao Ran. He sneered, Su Chen fell into the zombie horde and died a long time ago. Do you still expect him to save you? Ever since he knew that Su Chen attracted the zombie horde alone, he was sure that Su Chen had no chance of surviving. A level 1 evolver would never be able to resist the pursuit of tens of thousands of zombies. Nonsense, Su Chen will not die. Tan Lin stared at Li Liang and shouted. Li Liang smiled, Tan Lin, you have to face the reality. Su Chen will die. As long as you agree to the young master's conditions, you will enjoy wealth and glory in the future. Shut up, you despicable villain. I won't agree even if I die. Before Li Liang could finish his words, he was interrupted by Tan Lin's angry scolding. Huang Junlin, who was standing at the side, had an uncertain expression on his face. He snorted and said to Tan Lin, Beauty, my patience is limited. Since you don't agree, don't blame me for being impolite. With that, he turned his head and gave the two men behind him a look. The two men understood tacitly and quickly walked toward Wu Yang and Chao Ran. Huang Junlin, Liu Yang, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. Wu Yang knew that the other party was about to kill him. Before he died, he vented the anger in his heart. Old bastard, you dare to threaten me? Liu Yang's face darkened as he kicked Wu Yang. Liu Yang, you bastard, I'll kill you. Chao Ran's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He struggled with all his might, but he was too injured to move. He could only watch as Liu Yang humiliated Wu Yang. Liu Yang, stand down. We will send them on their way. The two men walked forward and signaled Liu Yang to step aside. Liu Yang spat at Wu Yang, sneering as he dodged to the side. The two men looked at each other and were about to attack. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly flew into the hall and landed heavily on the ground. When they saw that it was a cold body, and it was a bearded man, Huang Junlin and the rest were shocked. The bearded man was a level 1 evolved human. To be able to throw a level 1 evolved human like trash, the person who came must be very strong. Thinking of this, Huang Junlin and the rest looked out of the hall. In their line of sight, there was a tall and handsome young man. Why is he still alive? When he saw the person who came, Liu Yang gritted his teeth and muttered. At the same time, his heart was pounding. Su Chen. Tan Lin was very excited. She shouted and ran towards Su Chen. However, before she could run a few steps, Huang Junlin grabbed her arm and stopped her in her tracks. Boy, you are Su Chen. You've got guts, to actually dare to barge into my residence alone? Huang Junlin sized up Su Chen with a glance, his face darkening. Although he was a little afraid of Su Chen's strength, he was not afraid when he thought about the fact that this was his territory and he had a level 2 evolver and a level 2 magician protecting him. Su Chen glanced around. Even if he didn't know the specific situation, he could guess that Wu Yang and the others must have suffered a lot. I am here to take your life. Su Chen took a step forward, and an extremely strong murderous aura swept out, suddenly suppressing Huang Junlin and the others, making it hard for them to breathe. Chapter 97. What a powerful aura! The level 2 evolver's eyelids twitched. He gritted his teeth and stood in front of Huang Junlin to block him. Stop, or don't blame me for being impolite. Seeing Su Chen approaching step by step, he held a long sword in front of him and warned Su Chen. What are you talking to him for? Kill him! Huang Junlin shouted. Su Chen was arrogant and unscrupulous. He simply did not take him, the young city lord, seriously. How could he stand it? The level 2 evolver did not want to fight with Su Chen. After all, Su Chen was too intimidating and made him feel extremely dangerous. However, since Huang Junlin had given the order, he had to obey. Go to hell. The level 2 evolver mustered his courage and held the long sword with both hands. He slashed at Su Chen's head. Seeing this, Su Chen showed a disdainful sneer and slashed with his sword. In the next moment, the two swords collided fiercely. Crack! A crisp sound was heard. The long sword in the level 2 evolver's hand was split in half. How is this possible? The level 2 evolver was inexplicably frightened. He held the broken sword and quickly retreated. One should know that although the long blade in his hand was not a godly weapon, it was still made with special materials and could be said to be indestructible. In the past, he was the one who broke the weapons of others. He did not expect that there would be a time when his long sword would be broken by others. Su Chen was determined to kill. He would not let the level 2 evolver escape. There was a flash of blue light on the enchanted divine sword, and a dazzling lightning beam shot out and wrapped around the body of the level 2 evolver in an instant. Then, in a flash of lightning, the level 2 evolver turned into a charred corpse. Su Chen kicked the corpse away and turned to look at Huang Junlin. His eyes gradually narrowed. Huang Junlin was scared out of his wits. He said in a trembling voice, "Don't come over, or I won't be polite to her." His original intention was to use Tan Lin to threaten Su Chen, but as soon as his voice fell, he found that his whole body was bound by an invisible force, and he couldn't even move a finger. "You are a level 2 spirit reader master." As the young master of King Kong City, he was quite knowledgeable. He immediately recognized Su Chen's identity as a level 2 telekinesis master. "What should we do? What should I do?" Huang Junlin felt a chill down his spine. Thinking that Su Chen was not only a level 2 spirit reader master, but also had the power to easily kill a level 2 evolver, the fear in his heart reached its peak. "You've realized it too late." Su Chen stepped forward and grabbed Huang Junlin's neck under his horrified gaze. But at this moment, a fireball suddenly shot towards Su Chen. The one who released the fire spell was the level 2 spirit reader master. He didn't make a move before because he knew that Su Chen was strong, and he didn't have the confidence to defeat him in one blow. At this moment, Su Chen's attention was focused on Huang Junlin. It was the best time to launch a sneak attack. "Su Chen, be careful." Tan Lin was scared out of her wits, and her heart was filled with worry. It happened so suddenly, and the distance between the two sides was so close. Even if Su Chen wanted to dodge, it would be too late. Su Chen snorted coldly and raised his hand to catch the incoming fireball. It had to be said that the level 2 spirit reader master's timing was very accurate, and also very sinister. Firstly, his attention was focused on Huang Junlin. Secondly, Tan Lin was right beside him. If he chose to dodge, Tan Lin would be easily hurt. However, his strength and methods were far more than what he had just shown. Chapter 98. He's dead. Seeing that Su Chen had dared to grab the fireball with his bare hands, the level 2 psychic mage was extremely agitated. One had to know that a level 2 fireball was extremely powerful. Even a level 3 evolver would not dare to act rashly. In his opinion, even if Su Chen did not die this time, he would be severely injured. Wu Yang's heart thumped as it sank into the depths of his heart. Using his physical body to resist a level 2 fireball was undoubtedly an act of suicide. He really did not understand why Su Chen would do such a thing. Chao Ran's face was also ugly. It seemed that he could not bear to see Su Chen die on the spot. He even closed his eyes. Li Liang originally wanted to run away, but when he saw this scene, he stopped in his tracks and muttered in his heart, "Su Chen, let's see how you escape this time." Just as everyone was having different thoughts, a golden light suddenly appeared on Su Chen's arm. At the same time, golden scales emerged from his skin, covering his entire arm and palm in an instant. Su Chen had used the golden scales on the arm. The main use of this secret technique was defense, and it could block attacks that were a level higher than the user's own. Dealing with a mere level 2 fireball was too easy. In the next moment, Su Chen grabbed the fireball and squeezed it, causing it to explode. This scene fell into everyone's eyes, and they felt that it was very unreal. How could the powerful fireball be so easily crushed? It could not even cause a ripple. Could it be that he was dreaming? Or was there something wrong with their eyes? Or was Su Chen's physical body so strong that it could ignore a level 2 fireball? For a moment, everyone held their breaths and stared at Su Chen as if they were looking at a monster. Su Chen acted as if he had done something insignificant. He flicked his finger, and after flicking away the ashes, he looked at the level 2 psychic mage. The moment he made eye contact with Su Chen, the level 2 spellcaster was jolted awake. He knew that Su Chen's strength was far beyond his imagination. He was afraid that even a level 3 evolver would not be able to do anything to him. If they continued to stay, their fates would definitely be miserable. Thinking of this, he broke into a run. However, he was a Dharma psychic master after all. His physique was only slightly stronger than a normal person's. How could he escape from Su Chen's grasp? A wind blade whizzed out from Su Chen's palm and caught up to the level 2 magician when he was only 3 steps away. The wind blade pierced through his back and killed him on the spot. On the other side, Li Liang knew that the situation was hopeless and wanted to sneak away. However, he was caught red-handed by Su Chen. His feet were entangled by the green vines, firmly nailing him to the ground. After eliminating the level 2 magician and restraining Li Liang, Su Chen once again turned around to look at Huang Junlin, sneering, "They're all dead. It's your turn now. You can't kill me." Huang Junlin was terrified. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead as he spoke with trembling lips, "My father is the mayor of King Kong City. He's a level 3 evolver." At this moment, Wu Yang also advised, "Su Chen, don't kill him yet." Su Chen was slightly stunned. "Why?" Wu Yang hurriedly explained, "Huang can only has one son. We can take him as a hostage. That way, we'll have a chance to escape from King Kong City." Huang Junlin saw that there was hope for survival, so he added, "Yes, my father loves me the most. As long as you don't kill me, you can safely leave King Kong City." "That makes sense." Su Chen rubbed his nose and then broke Huang Junlin's neck without hesitation. Chapter 99. Wu Yang's words made sense, but Su Chen did not need any hostages. He had killed his way here from Vajra City. He had killed countless powerhouses along the way, and the people of Vajra City had long been frightened out of their wits. As long as he showed up in the city, people would be eager to hide from him. Who was so tired of living that they dared to come out and seek death? Even the city lord, Huang Can, did not dare to show his face. He was probably hiding in some corner, trembling in fear. Wu Yang was dumbfounded. He really did not understand. He had already said so much, so why was Su Chen so stubborn? Was he not afraid of Huang Can's revenge? Su Chen knew what Wu Yang was thinking, but he did not explain anything. He only gave Wu Yang a reassuring smile. Then, he walked to Tan Lin and asked with concern, "Are you all right?" Tan Lin threw herself into Su Chen's arms and sobbed, "Su Chen, you're not allowed to leave me anymore. Don't worry, I'll stay by your side." Su Chen promised. He comforted her a little more and walked to Wu Yang and Chao Ran's side with Tan Lin. Wu Yang and Chao Ran were heavily injured. They were still lying on the ground, unable to get up. Su Chen took out 2 bottles of healing potion and passed them to them. "These are potions for healing injuries. Drink them quickly." Chao Ran drank them in one gulp. His nose twitched, and he cried out tearfully, "Su Chen, Chen Gu. You're finally here to save us." "I almost died," sob. Chao Ran's crying caught Su Chen off guard. He thought to himself, "It's fine if Tan Lin cries a little. After all, she's a girl. Is it appropriate for a man like you to cry too?" However, he did not say this out loud. Instead, he comforted him, "Stay by my side from now on. No one will dare to bully you." Chao Ran stopped crying and hurriedly nodded. He had witnessed Su Chen's strength with his own eyes. At this moment, he secretly swore in his heart that he would follow Su Chen closely in the future and be a qualified little brother. Seeing Chao Ran's expression, Tan Lin wanted to laugh, but she covered her mouth and tried her best not to laugh. Wu Yang consumed the healing potion, and quickly recovered his strength. He crawled up from the ground. "Captain Wu, tell me, what's going on?" Su Chen turned to Wu Yang. "It's all because of this bastard." Wu Yang pointed at Li Liang and cursed through gritted teeth. Then, he explained, "Originally, we were living well in King Kong City, but that bastard Li Liang somehow got wind of Huang Junlin's love for women. So, for his own selfish reasons, he betrayed Tan Lin, and we were captured. Tan Lin's beauty was not below Yang Qian's. If a comparison had to be made, Yang Qian was like Dili Riba, while Tan Lin was like Gulanatsa. They were both the best of the best, so it was normal for Huang Junlin to be lustful. After figuring out what had happened, Su Chen looked at Li Liang, and his dark eyes were cold. He could imagine that if he had not come in time, Tan Lin would have been killed. And the culprit was Li Liang. The most hateful thing was that they all came from the same gathering place. In order to save them, he did not hesitate to take the risk of leading the zombie crowd away. Li Liang was not only ungrateful, but also took advantage of him when he was not there. He was a very treacherous person. Even if he died 10,000 times, it would not be enough to quell the anger in his heart. Damn you! Chao Yang also stood up at this moment, and after cursing at Li Liang, he rolled up his sleeves and said to Su Chen, "Chen Gu, how do you want to deal with this bastard? Just say the word, and I will cut him into pieces." After being captured, not only was he beaten up, but he also almost lost his life. Naturally, he hated Li Liang to the core. Chapter 100. What else do you have to say? Su Chen stepped forward and stared coldly at Li Liang. If you want to kill me, then kill me. What nonsense are you talking about? Li Liang knew that he was going to die today, so he threw caution to the wind. He looked like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. Chen Gu, let me kill him. Chao Ran picked up a knife from the ground and rushed forward. Seeing that Li Liang was still so arrogant even when he was on the verge of death, he couldn't help but feel angry. No hurry. Su Chen stopped Chao Ran. Killing Li Liang could vent his anger, but it was not enough to calm the anger in his heart. Su Chen smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't kill you." "You won't kill me?" Li Liang was confused. He did not understand why Su Chen would spare his life when he had committed such a grave sin. Chao Ran and the other two were also stunned. They looked at Su Chen with puzzled eyes. The corner of Su Chen's mouth twitched, revealing a strange arc. Then he stepped on Li Liang and grabbed one of Li Liang's arms and pulled it out. Along with a cracking sound, Li Liang's entire arm was broken from the shoulder. His arm was forcefully pulled down from his shoulder. F***ck. Seeing this, Wu Yang's eyelids twitched. He finally understood why Su Chen did not kill Li Liang. It turned out that he wanted to torture him. However, with Li Liang's actions, receiving this punishment could be considered to be a well-deserved punishment. Although Tan Lin hated Li Liang, she could not bear to see such a bloody scene. She quickly turned her head. Chao Ran, on the other hand, was enjoying himself. To deal with a villain like Li Liang, he should use the cruelest way. Ah, Li Liang, who had lost an arm, let out a shrill scream and roared, "Su Chen, you're not human. Kill me if you can." Su Chen smiled faintly. "The game has just begun. How can I bear to kill you?" Hearing this, Li Liang's expression changed drastically. Tearing off an arm was just the beginning. What was next? Li Liang didn't dare to imagine. This time, he was really scared. He loudly begged for mercy, "Su Chen, kill me, I beg you to kill me." Su Chen remained unmoved. Under Li Liang's terrified gaze, he moved again and broke off his other arm. Ah! Li Liang screamed like a pig being slaughtered. His head tilted to one side as he fainted. So useless. Su Chen curled his lips. With a flick of his finger, two wind blades shot out and cut off Li Liang's two thighs. Then, he took out a bottle of healing potion, and poured it down Li Liang's throat. He also broke his tongue. The effect of healing potion was very obvious, but it didn't have the ability to regenerate broken limbs. The wounds on Li Liang's limbs healed quickly. His life was saved, but he became a complete cripple. Moreover, because his tongue was torn off, he couldn't die even if he wanted to. How is it? Did you vent your anger? After doing all this, Su Chen winked at Chao Ran. Chen Gu is awesome. Chao Ran gave him a thumbs up. Su Chen was not only powerful, but he also admired this method of torturing people. Chen Gu, I think we can use more methods. Chao Ran didn't do it himself. He still felt a little regretful, so he suggested to Su Chen. Tell me about it. Su Chen rubbed his nose. Chao Ran coughed softly and said in a low voice, why don't we gouge out this guy's eyeballs? Wu Yang, who was next to him, suddenly shivered. Previously, he hated Liu Yang to the bone, but now he sympathized with him. Su Chen showed an admiring look and nodded, just one I will do. Let him see the beauty of this world. Chapter 101. Chao Ran understood tacitly and ran forward to begin the fight. He raised his hand and the knife fell, neatly gouging out one of Liu Yang's eyeballs. Su Chen took a deep look at Chao Ran and said to himself, I've never seen this guy so ruthless before. If he is properly trained, he will definitely become a qualified executioner. He even thought that if he were to establish his own force in the future and set up a torture hall, Chao Ran would definitely be the best candidate for the hall master. After completing the task, Chao Ran returned to Su Chen's side with satisfaction and asked with a smile, Chen Gu, what should we do next? Wu Yang and Tan Lin also walked to Su Chen's side at this time, but their faces were not very good. Would Huang can let them go after killing the city lord's son in King Kong City? Could they still walk away? Su Chen did not care and ordered Chao Ran, take Liu Yang and follow me. Chao Ran did not ask much. He positioned himself as Su Chen's follower. Whatever the boss ordered, the follower would do. Then, he carried Liu Yang and followed Su Chen. Out of the Manners Gate, Su Chen pointed to the intelligent chariot, and said, get in, everyone. Chen Gu, you're back. Shi Dainyu hurriedly greeted him. Seeing Su Chen come out of Huang Junlin's mansion unscathed, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, after seeing Chao Ran carrying a strange person in his hand, the expression on his face froze. Su Chen, is this your MCV? Tan Lin's eyes flashed. The eye-catching appearance of the intelligent chariot completely attracted her attention. It's mine. Su Chen smiled and asked everyone to get in the car. After entering the car, Su Chen briefly introduced them to each other and waited until they were familiar with each other. He then asked Shi Dainyu, where is Qin Lang? Shi Dainyu knew that Su Chen was going to kill Qin Lang. He was excited and hurriedly replied, Chen Gu, Qin Lang usually stays in the Tongfu Chamber of Commerce. Su Chen nodded and ordered the intelligent war chariot, Satoshi, go to the Tongfu Chamber of Commerce. Yes, master. After receiving the order, the intelligent war chariot ignited and drove in the direction Shi Dainyu had pointed out. Su Chen, can your MCV talk? It can even drive itself? Tan Lin's eyes widened in surprise. The function of the intelligent war chariot was beyond the knowledge of this world. No matter who it was, they would be very curious when they saw it for the first time. Su Chen also smiled and said, Satoshi is a high-tech product. You will slowly understand it in the future. Oh. Tan Lin nodded as if she understood. Awesome. Chao Ran secretly clicked his tongue and thought, Chen Gu is not only powerful, but his MCV is also so unique. Sure enough, the world of powerful people is not something ordinary people like us can understand. Although Wu Yang was also a little surprised, he soon became a little uneasy. Shouldn't they seize the time to escape from King Kong City? Why did they have to go to the Tongfu Chamber of Commerce? However, as the intelligent war chariot continued to move forward, he found another very strange thing. After traveling for such a long time, not only did no one come forward to stop them, even those who saw them were like mice that had seen a cat, quickly hiding. What was going on? Wasn't this King Kong City? Why didn't anyone come to make trouble when the city lord's son was killed? With this kind of doubt, Wu Yang drove for a while and suddenly found a large number of guards and skeletons lying on the street not far away. Chapter 102. The death of the guards was also extremely tragic. Some of their heads were separated from their bodies, some were charred, and some were even turned into pieces of minced meat. It was impossible to tell who had died. All in all, the scene was extremely bloody and brutal. Even someone like Wu Yang, who had seen such a scene before, was shocked. He even guessed that a super expert had barged into Vajra City and started a massacre. That was why no one came to arrest them. Thinking of this, Wu Yang felt that it was necessary to remind Su Chen. Su Chen, Vajra City has obviously experienced a catastrophe. Why don't we take advantage of the chaos to escape? Hearing this, Su Chen almost laughed out loud. The culprit of this catastrophe was himself. Why would he want to escape? However, before he could say anything, Sherdaniu beside him spoke first. Uncle Wu, those guards outside were all killed by Chen Gu. What? Wu Yang and the other two opened their mouths wide and exclaimed at the same time. Under the astonished gazes of the three, Sherdaniu began to describe vividly, from the moment they entered Vajra City to the moment they arrived at Huang Junlin's mansion. He did not miss a single detail. After hearing this, Wu Yang and the other two were dumbfounded. They knew that Su Chen was very strong, but they definitely did not expect him to be this strong. The power of one person intimidated the entire city and made it impossible to move. The experts were all frightened out of their wits and hurriedly avoided him. Even Castellan Huang Can did not dare to show his face when his subordinates were being ravaged and his son was killed. Obviously, he was afraid of Su Chen's strength. It was terrifying to think about. It was hard to imagine how powerful Su Chen was now. They finally understood why Su Chen was not in a hurry to leave. Su Chen was like an unparalleled god of death. If God or Buddha stood in his way, he would kill God or Buddha. He was an existence that could do whatever he wanted in Vajra City. Who would be tired of living and dare to challenge Su Chen? The facts also proved this point. Wherever Su Chen went, the people of Vajra City would retreat. Wu Yang swallowed his saliva as his mind swayed. He still vaguely remembered that when Su Chen first came to the Heavenly South gathering place, he was just an insignificant character. The winds and clouds changed, and the affairs of the world were impermanent. In the blink of an eye, Su Chen had undergone a magnificent transformation, becoming a super expert that he could not see the end of. What a monster! Wu Yang sighed from the bottom of his heart. Awesome! Chen Gu is awesome. Chao Ran also couldn't stop sighing. At this moment, he was so impressed with Su Chen that he could not find a suitable word to describe him other than awesome. Tan Lin's beautiful eyes sparkled, her gaze never leaving Su Chen. She always believed that the man she chose would sooner or later soar into the sky and reach a height that the world could only look up to. She never thought that this day would come so quickly. It was so fast that she felt like she was hallucinating. She didn't know if she was dreaming or not. Under everyone's gaze, Su Chen rubbed his nose and said to himself, "You don't have to look at me with such admiring eyes, do you? I'm a little embarrassed." Half an hour later, the intelligent war chariot came to a stop in front of a large shop. "Chen Gu, it's here," Sherdaniu hurriedly reminded him. Su Chen squinted his eyes and looked outside. He saw that the shop's door was tightly shut. There was a horizontal board with the words Tong Fu Chamber of Commerce written on it. "Daniu, come with me. The rest of you wait in the car," Su Chen whispered and got out of the car. Walking to the front of the shop, Su Chen lifted his leg and kicked out. With a loud clang, the entire door shattered into pieces. Chapter 103. In the shop, a few men dressed as shop assistants were frightened by the loud noise. When they saw that it was a young man who had smashed the door, they became furious. "Kid, where the hell did you come from? How dare you cause trouble in our Tongfu Chamber of Commerce? Are you tired of living?" One of the men pointed at Su Chen's nose and scolded. Su Chen didn't waste time talking to him. He raised his hand and shot out a wind blade, splitting the man in half. Spiritual psychic. When the rest of the people saw that Su Chen had killed without hesitation and had even used a spell to attack, they were all pale with fright. Where is Qin Lang? Su Chen glanced around and asked loudly. Under Su Chen's forceful gaze, these people felt cold all over. One of them pointed upstairs with a trembling hand. Who are you? At this moment, a middle-aged man with a wretched appearance walked down from upstairs. When he saw the mess downstairs and that one of his men had been killed, his face darkened. The Tongfu Chamber of Commerce had stood tall in King Kong City for many years and was considered one of the top forces. Someone had actually come to smash their door. How dare they? Especially when he saw that Su Chen was so young, the middle-aged man didn't hide the murderous intent in his eyes. Chen Gu, he's Qin Lang. Shi Daniu clenched his fists and reminded him angrily. So it's you. Qin Lang also recognized Shi Daniu at this moment. He snorted and walked down the stairs, then stared at Su Chen. Kid, are you here to stand up for him? I'm here to kill you. A cold smile flashed across Su Chen's lips. Then, he released his mental strength and bound Qin Lang. Qin Lang felt an invisible force pressing down on him. He struggled desperately, but it was all in vain. Level 2 Spiritual Psychic. Qin Lang cried out in shock. He was a level 1 evolver, and only a level 2 spirit reader or above could suppress him unknowingly. When he thought about how he had provoked such a strong enemy, his eyes were filled with deep fear. He begged for mercy loudly, "Friend, please be magnanimous. I'm willing to compensate you. I don't care." Su Chen curled his lips and ordered Shi Daniu beside him, "Daniu, kill him." Qin Lang had been restrained to the point that he could not move. It could be said that he was at the mercy of others. It all depended on whether Shi Daniu could bear to do it. "Don't kill me, I beg you, please don't kill me." Qin Lang's face turned green with fright as he screamed loudly. Noisy. Su Chen slapped Qin Lang's chin, causing it to cave in. "Chen Gu, do you really want to kill him?" Shi Daniu was a little nervous, his hand trembling as he held the chopping knife. Although he had killed a lot of zombies, he had never killed a human. "You don't have to do it." Su Chen's face darkened as he said in a low voice, "However, in this cruel post-apocalyptic world, if you can't even kill your enemy, what right do you have to live?" Don't follow me in the future. To be merciful to the enemy is to be cruel to oneself. If Shi Daniu did not even dare to kill his enemy, Su Chen would not keep him by his side. "Chen Gu, I understand." Shi Daniu gritted his teeth and stabbed Qin Lang's lower abdomen. "Continue." Su Chen nodded. Qin Lang was a level 1 evolver, and his vitality was much stronger than that of ordinary people. In addition, the knife did not stab him in a fatal position, so it was obvious that it was not enough to kill him with one stab. Shi Daniu pulled out the knife and was about to stab him again when Shi Duo rushed over. "Brother, let me do it." Chapter 104. Su Chen was surprised by Shi Duo's arrival. From what Shi Duo said, it seemed like she was here to kill Qin Lang. However, she was only 7 years old this year. She definitely had not killed anyone before. Shi Daniu could not do it at the beginning. How could she do it? However, what happened next left him dumbfounded. He saw Shi Duo holding a small knife and rushing forward to stab Qin Lang's neck. Her decisiveness and viciousness made her seem like a cruel little witch. However, she was only 7 years old after all. How could she kill a level 1 evolved person? Even if she used all her strength, she could only leave a shallow wound on Qin Lang's neck. Damn it! Shi Duo pouted as if she was not convinced. Then, she raised the knife and slashed down again. Just like the first slash, this slash was fruitless. However, Shi Duo was very persistent. She had a determination that she would not stop until she killed Qin Lang. If one slash was not enough, she would slash again. If 2 slashes were not enough, she would slash again. The cycle repeated as if it would never stop. F***ck. Su Chen was a little moved. The viciousness that Shi Duo displayed was even better than Chao Ran's. He could not help but think that if he really set up a torture chamber in the future, the position of the hall master might belong to someone else. Shi Duo slashed more than 10 times in a row. She was so tired that she was drenched in sweat and panting. Duo, let me do it. Shi Daniu swallowed his saliva and looked at Shi Duo in a daze. At this moment, he felt that his sister had become extremely unfamiliar. Actually, he did not know why Shi Duo had changed so much. It was all because they had almost died in the hands of the zombies. If it were not for Su Chen's timely intervention, they would have become zombies even if they did not die. The main culprit who had forced them into such a dangerous situation was Qin Lang. Naturally, Shi Duo hated him to the core. Besides, there was another important point. Su Chen had said that if they did not kill Qin Lang, they would be chased away. Su Chen was not only their savior, but also their hope of survival. So no matter what, she had to help Shi Daniu kill Qin Lang. Woo! Qin Lang continued to struggle as he screamed in his heart, "I beg you, please give me a quick death." Originally, he still had a trace of desire to live, but after being tormented by Shi Duo, he completely lost the will to live. He only wanted to die quickly. Shi Daniu fulfilled his wish and stabbed him in the chest, ending his evil life. "Big brother Chen, my brother killed Qin Lang. Can we stay by your side?" Shi Duo looked up at Su Chen. Su Chen nodded and replied affirmatively, "Of course." Shi Duo's performance was beyond his expectations. If he trained her a little in the future, she would definitely become his right-hand man. "That's great, thank you big brother Chen." Shi Duo jumped up happily and returned to her innocent appearance. She was completely different from the image of a little witch from before. Su Chen patted Shi Duo's head twice and turned to shout outside, "Captain Wu, you all come over." Chao Ran was the first to run over and licked his smiling face. "Chen Gu, what are your orders?" "Search the house and take whatever you like." Su Chen winked at Chao Ran and said, "The energy stones are useful to me. Help me collect them." "No problem." Chao Ran was so excited that his eyes turned red. The Tongfu Chamber of Commerce had excellent quality weapons and cultivation materials. He could take whatever he wanted. This was something he did not even dare to think about before. Chapter 105. After looting the Tongfu Chamber of Commerce, Su Chen and the rest returned to the car. "Satoshi, let's go out of the city." Su Chen ordered and began to count the loot. The Tongfu Chamber of Commerce was still very rich. The total number of energy stones they looted was more than 3,000. However, the highest level was only level 2, and there were only 3 of them. Most of the rest were normal energy stones. With so many energy stones, Su Chen immediately upgraded the intelligent chariot. After consuming more than 2,000 energy stones, the intelligent chariot's overall length had reached 15 meters, and there was plenty of space. Its power had increased from 60 miles per hour to 100 miles per hour. Its detection range had also increased to 10 kilometers. Other than that, the lights and tires had also received a corresponding upgrade. The remaining energy stones were all refilled into the level-less Gatling gun. In addition to the original ones, the total number of energy stones refilled was more than 1,000. It was enough to kill more than 1,000 zombies below level 2. It was definitely a powerful killing weapon. Half an hour later, the intelligent chariot drove out of King Kong City. Warning, a large number of zombies has been discovered 3 kilometers ahead. There are more than 200 of them. Not long after leaving the city, the intelligent chariot sounded the alarm. Su Chen glanced at the central control screen and saw a bunch of red dots. Moreover, there were more than 10 blue dots in front of the red dots. Both sides were in a chase. Obviously, this group of zombies was chasing after these humans. Satoshi, chase after them. Su Chen ordered. Yes. The intelligent chariot moved at full speed. A few minutes later, Su Chen noticed that the red dots had caught up with the blue dots on the central control screen and surrounded them. As time passed, red or blue dots would disappear from the screen from time to time. Such a situation must have occurred because the group of humans and zombies were fighting, resulting in casualties. These people are not simple. Su Chen muttered. Surrounded by several times more zombies, they still had the strength to kill zombies. There must be a master among them. Otherwise, they would be torn apart by the zombies in a single move. When the intelligent war chariot was 200 to 300 meters away from the zombie horde, Su Chen ordered it to stop. At this time, the dozen or so humans were surrounded by a large number of zombies. Just as he had expected, there were indeed experts among the humans. One could see a magician continuously releasing fireballs. Each fireball could blow up a dozen zombies. Judging from the power of the fireball, it was likely that the attacker was a level 2 mage. Su Chen, do you want to go over and help? Wu Yang asked. In his opinion, with Su Chen's strength, as long as he was willing to help, killing this group of zombies would be a piece of cake. Su Chen thought for a moment and nodded. Then let's go and take a look. The reason why he wanted to go over was not to save the humans, but to kill some zombies and obtain some fragments. After the intelligent chariot drove over, it attracted the attention of many zombies. Soon, dozens of zombies roared and rushed over. Satoshi, crush them. Su Chen ordered. Roger. The intelligent chariot charged with full force, and all the zombies in front of it, without exception, were all sent flying. The dozen or so humans who were besieged were overjoyed when they saw the MCV rushing over. Taking advantage of the large number of zombies being attracted, they desperately attacked and tore open a gap. They ran desperately in one direction, and in the blink of an eye, ran a few hundred meters away. Chapter 106. Originally, there were still many zombies that wanted to chase after the humans, but they were stopped by the intelligent war vehicle. All the zombies were angry and attacked the intelligent war vehicle together. However, with the intelligent war vehicle's defense, as long as the zombies were not above level 2, no matter how many of them there were, they couldn't do anything to it. The intelligent war vehicle galloped through the zombie crowd as if it was in a no-man's land. After a few rounds, there were only a dozen zombies left in the field. The other zombies were either crushed to death by the impact or crushed into minced meat. Is this still a MCV? Wu Yang was shocked and took a deep breath. He had never thought that a single MCV could kill so many zombies. Among the hundreds of zombies, there were not only ordinary zombies, but also many level 1 zombies. Even level 1 zombies couldn't cause any damage to Su Chen's MCV, which showed how strong its defense was. Okay, get ready to get off and dig for energy stones. After Su Chen stopped the intelligent war vehicle, he said to Wu Yang and the others. More than 200 energy stones were not a small number, so he naturally wouldn't give up. Moreover, there were still fragments waiting to be picked up. As for the remaining 10 zombies, they were just a piece of cake for him. They were not a threat at all. After getting off the MCV, Su Chen immediately used wood magic to fix a zombie in place, and then told everyone, "This zombie is useful to us, so don't kill it." Everyone was a little confused, but they didn't ask much and started to dig for energy stones. Su Chen narrowed his eyes, and soon a dozen fragments of different colors appeared in his eyes. There are also colorful fragments. Su Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. The value of the colorful fragments was very high. At present, There were two kinds of things that could be dropped, namely the upgrade gem and the fusion gem. No matter what kind of gem it dropped, Su Chen urgently needed it. Su Chen walked forward happily and grabbed the colorful fragment. Picked up, fusion gem, fragment *111, fragments are full, ready to use. Use. As soon as he finished speaking, a blue gem appeared in Su Chen's hand and he put it into his storage bag. Then, he grabbed another purple fragment. Picked up, Serene Pool Divine Wood Fragment, *1, 210. The fragments are not enough, so it can't be used. Although he did not know what the Serene Pool Divine Wood was, he guessed that it should be similar to the Wild Divine Thunder and the Desert Sand Fire. The difference was that the Barbarian Divine Thunder could be integrated with thunder magic, the Desert Sand Fire could be integrated with fire magic, and the Serene Pool Divine Wood should be integrated with wood magic. However, he still had to gather all the fragments before he could confirm whether or not it was a good thing. Then, he continued to pick up fragments. The third one was a black fragment. Picked up, Level 1 Android Battle Wolf, Fragment X1, 110. Fragments are not full, cannot be used. Level 1 Android Battle Wolf was the first item that was dropped. Su Chen estimated that it was something similar to Mechanical Soldier. Due to the practicality and strength of Mechanical Soldier, he had some expectations for Level 1 Android Battle Wolf. The fourth fragment was also a black fragment, and it was a Plant Dimension fragment. There were already 3 fragments in total. The fifth fragment was a yellow fragment, and he obtained an explosive fruit seed. It wasn't very valuable, and Su Chen threw it into his storage bag. Chapter 107. While Su Chen was picking up the fragments, the people who had escaped before returned and gathered a few hundred meters away from Su Chen and the others. Leader, we killed a lot of zombies. Are we just going to let them take advantage of us? A middle-aged man with a dark complexion said unwillingly when he saw Wu Yang and the others digging for energy stones. An old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion squinted and said, they killed so many zombies. Do you think it will be useful for us to go there? Dad, you worry too much. Behind the white-haired old man, a beautiful woman with a voluptuous figure wearing a tight red dress walked up. She snorted disdainfully and then said, they were able to kill those zombies because of the silver-white MCV. It doesn't mean that they are strong. You are right, Mississippi, the dark-skinned man echoed and rolled his eyes. Leader, our flying bird colony has been attacked by zombies. Now we are homeless. If we can seize the opportunity to take the MCV, we will have the capital to make a comeback. As soon as he said that, the others immediately agreed. The powerful defense of the intelligent combat vehicle was obvious to all. If they could take it for themselves, they would not have to hide anymore. Do you think people who can own such a MCV are simple? The old man with white hair was still very worried. An ordinary man was innocent, but treasuring a jade ring was a crime. In the post-apocalyptic world, if one did not have a certain level of strength, no matter how good the things were, they would not be able to keep them. He knew this very well. Hearing this, the beautiful woman in red and the dark-skinned man looked at each other and then fell into silence. The beautiful woman in red suddenly raised her head as if she was not willing to give up. Dad, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It is worth taking the risk. I have an idea. The dark-skinned man thought for a moment and said, we can go back and dig for energy stones to observe them. If they are very strong, we can just retreat. Otherwise. Speaking of this, there was a cruel smile on his face. His meaning was self-evident. This is a good idea. The old man with white hair nodded and said, we will act according to the circumstances. Without my permission, no one can take action. Yes. The others agreed. Wu Yang, who was in the middle of digging for energy stones, suddenly noticed that the group of people who had escaped earlier were rapidly approaching. He frowned and shouted to Su Chen, Su Chen, those people are back. After Su Chen picked up a yellow fragment, he raised his head and saw a group of people running towards them. Not knowing the purpose of the other party's visit, he gathered the others together. Soon, the white-haired old man led a group of people over and stopped 5 meters away from Su Chen and the others. After both sides looked at each other, Su Chen spoke first. "Everyone, what are you doing here?" At first, he thought that they were here to express their gratitude. After all, he had helped them before. However, when he saw the hostility in the other party's eyes, he rejected this idea. "Of course we're here to dig for energy stones," the dark-skinned man said confidently. Before he came, he was a little afraid. However, after seeing the appearance of Su Chen and the others, he was not worried at all. Among Su Chen and the others, except for Wu Yang, who was slightly older, the others looked to be in their 20s. There was also a little girl, Duo. How powerful could such a group of people be? "We killed the zombies. What qualifications do you have to dig for energy stones? Don't you have any shame?" Chao Ran's anger flared as he glared at the dark-skinned man and berated him. Chapter 108. Boy, you better watch your mouth. The dark-skinned man's face was gloomy as he coldly snorted, "Most of the zombies here were killed by us. You guys just took advantage of us. Why can't I take back what belongs to me? I've seen a lot of shameless people, but you're the first one who has no bottom line." Chao Ran was so angry that the corners of his mouth were trembling. The dark-skinned man and the others had indeed killed zombies, but only a few dozen at most. Now, they actually dared to boast that most of the zombies were killed by them. This level of shamelessness was really rare. Duo and the others were also filled with righteous indignation. Duo angrily shouted, "The zombies were clearly run over by Brother Chen's MCV. Are you blind?" Being insulted by a 6 or 7-year-old girl in front of him, the dark-skinned man felt embarrassed. She glared coldly at Duo and threatened fiercely, "Little B****, are you tired of living?" As he spoke, he was about to rush up and teach Duo a lesson, but he was stopped by a look from the white-haired old man beside him. "Leader, since they don't know what's good for them, there's no need to be polite." The dark-skinned man didn't quite understand why the white-haired old man wanted to stop him. After all, the white-haired old man had a lot of experience. When he saw that Su Chen and the others were all fearless, he muttered in his heart. Logically speaking, with Su Chen and the others' age, even if they had some strength, they definitely wouldn't be that strong. This was because the path of cultivation wasn't something that could be achieved in a day. It required day after day, year after year of disdain and hard work. Su Chen and the others were too young, so they definitely hadn't cultivated for too long. Naturally, their strength wouldn't be that strong. But for some reason, he faintly felt a faint murderous intent lingering around them. And the one who gave him this feeling was a young man with an indifferent expression from beginning to end, Su Chen. The white-haired old man couldn't figure out what was going on, so he didn't let the dark-skinned man act rashly. Sizing up Su Chen, the white-haired old man slowly said, "Many of the zombies were also killed by us. This is an indisputable fact. It's only natural that we come back to dig for energy stones." Since he couldn't figure it out, he decided to test it out. Hee. Su Chen sneered disdainfully, and then said sarcastically, "If we hadn't arrived in time, you would have lost your lives. Now that the zombies are dead, you come back to snatch the loot. Do you think I will agree?" Bullsh *T. The beautiful woman in red stepped forward, pointed at Su Chen's nose, and cursed. Then, with a cold and arrogant expression, he said, "With our strength, no matter how many zombies there are, we can kill them all. Do we need you to save us?" Although her words were resolute and decisive, she knew very well that Su Chen was right. However, in the face of so many energy stones, how could she admit it? The reason why she dared to be so fearless was that she felt that Su Chen and the others were not strong. It seems that you think you can defeat us. Su Chen's eyes gradually narrowed, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Seeing the tense atmosphere, the white-haired old man smiled and said, "Since you don't plan to give us energy stones, I have a suggestion." At this point, he glanced at the intelligent war chariot, and said solemnly, "We don't want the energy stones anymore. Just give us your MCV as compensation." Hee hee. Su Chen was so angry that he laughed. The other party was using the energy stones as an excuse to snatch his war vehicle. After understanding what was going on, he didn't intend to be polite to them. He reached out to the white-haired old man, the dark-skinned man, and the beautiful woman in red, and said sternly, "The three of you stay. The others can leave here alive by cutting off an arm." Chapter 109. Ha! As soon as Su Chen finished his words, the dark-skinned man and the others laughed wildly. In their eyes, Su Chen was just a brat who was still wet behind the ears. How dare he be so arrogant? Wasn't he afraid of biting his tongue? Brat, there are some people you can't afford to offend. Let Grandpa teach you how to behave. The dark-skinned man stopped laughing and rushed towards Su Chen with a knife in his hand. The white-haired old man didn't stop him this time. Since he was determined to snatch the intelligent chariot, he had to act sooner or later. When Wu Yang and the others saw that the dark-skinned man dared to take the initiative to attack Su Chen, their faces showed a touch of ridicule. What kind of person was Su Chen? He was a peerless killing god who could suppress an entire city by himself. Even a level 3 evolver would be a coward if he saw him. A level 1 evolver was even less than an ant in Su Chen's eyes. How dare he take the initiative to attack? Wasn't this like an old man hanging himself? Did he think that his life was too long? Su Chen stood in place with a calm expression, as if he didn't see the dark-skinned man rushing toward him. Just as the dark-skinned man raised his knife and was about to chop down, he made his move. His fist was like a clap of thunder, extremely fast. A level 2 evolver. The dark-skinned man was inexplicably frightened. Su Chen's fist was so fast that it was unimaginable. It was too late to dodge at this time. He could only watch as the fist smashed toward his head. Please show mercy. Recognizing that Su Chen was a level 2 evolver, the white-haired old man's pupils suddenly shrank as he hurriedly shouted. Su Chen's killing intent had already been determined. How could he stop? With a boom, the dark-skinned man's entire head exploded, turning into a bloody mist. Wu Gang. Seeing the dark-skinned man die in front of him, the white-haired old man's eyes were about to split open as he looked up to the sky and roared in grief. The dark-skinned man had been by his side since he was young and was loyal to him. He could be considered his most trusted and capable subordinate. Who would have thought that he would die at the hands of Su Chen? At this moment, monstrous flames of fury surged in his heart, and he swore to kill Su Chen to vent the hatred in his heart. Die! The grizzled old man roared and shot a fireball at Su Chen. Even though he knew that Su Chen was a level 2 evolver, he was not afraid because he himself was a level 2 magician. With the addition of a group of subordinates, it was enough to kill a level 2 evolver. Facing the incoming fireball, Su Chen smirked in disdain. Then, under the astonished gazes of the white-haired old man and the others, he reached out to grab the fireball. What does he want to do? The beautiful woman in red's eyelids twitched. Then, she became extremely excited. A level 2 magician's fireball was no joke. Even a level 3 evolver would not dare to use his body to block it. Su Chen was only a level 2 evolver, yet he dared to grab the fireball with his bare hands. It was tantamount to courting death. The white-haired old man and the others also thought that Su Chen would definitely die this time, so they were all excited. However, the next moment, the scene that appeared made them fall into a daze. They saw that Su Chen's arm was suffused with a bright golden light, and he easily caught the fireball. As the golden light disappeared, they saw that Su Chen's hand was intact. At most, there was a little ash on it. How did he do it? The white-haired old man swallowed his saliva, and his eyes were filled with a deep layer of fear. Only a level 4 revolver or above could catch a level 2 fireball with their bare hands. When he thought that Su Chen might be a level 4 revolver, his breathing stopped, and he was almost scared to death. Chapter 110. The beautiful woman in red and the others were all scared out of their wits. The strength that Su Chen displayed was unimaginably strong, and the shock that it brought to them was unprecedented. At that moment, they all had the urge to immediately escape from this place. Su Chen took out the enchanted magic saber and turned to the gray-haired old man and the others. He curled his lips and said, "Since no one wants to leave, you can stay here." "Wait, we'll leave now. Senior, please be merciful." Seeing that Su Chen was about to attack, the gray-haired old man changed his face and said loudly. Although Su Chen was young, he was so powerful that it was not an exaggeration to call him senior. However, Su Chen had already said that he would not let him go, but he seemed to have forgotten that. "Not to mention calling me senior, even if you call me grandpa, none of you will be able to survive today." Su Chen was not moved, and he slashed out with his saber. In an instant, a giant gray wind blade swept forward, and wherever it passed, the void trembled. "Brothers, let's fight with him." The gray-haired old man roared and quickly condensed a fireball. Su Chen did not want to let them go, so they naturally would not wait for death. They all began to fight with all their might. Holding shining sabers and swords in their hands, they slashed at the gray wind blade. "You're like a mantis trying to stop a chariot." Su Chen sneered and looked at them as if he were looking at dead people. The next moment, in a series of screams, the gray-haired old man and his companions were all beheaded, and their weapons were broken into 2 pieces. The power of this saber was so horrible. More than a dozen experts were all killed without being able to resist. Su Chen's powerful strength was vividly displayed. Although Wu Yang had seen Su Chen's strength, he was still shocked at this time. At the same time, he also realized that the strength Su Chen showed in Huang Junlin's mansion was just the tip of the iceberg. "You deserve it. How dare he fight with Chen Gu? Can you understand Chen Ji's awesomeness?" Chao Ran spat at the corpses on the ground and said proudly. Su Chen put away the enchanted divine saber and said lightly, "The flies have been dealt with. Let's continue digging for energy stones." Wu Yang nodded and led the others into action. Su Chen continued to pick up the fragments. There were 5 fragments left on the ground, 3 yellow and 2 black. After a quick glance, he first grabbed a black fragment. Picked up, Big Dipper broken stone, fragment X1, 210. Fragments are not full, cannot be used. Big Dipper star crushed stone, had appeared a long time ago, but ever since the first one, it had never appeared again. So far, there were only 2. Su Chen didn't think too much and continued to pick up the second black fragment. Picked up, Doomsday Mall, fragment X1, 1010. Fragments are full, can be used. Su Chen suddenly moved. Doomsday Mall had collected 9 fragments long ago, but the last one didn't appear. He didn't expect to collect all of them here. After saying use, Su Chen suddenly felt his mind churning, and then a shopping interface appeared in his mind. At the same time, there was also some feedback about Doomsday Mall. Simply put, Doomsday Mall was equivalent to a shopping supermarket. Of course, the items sold were not daily necessities, but the items dropped from the fragments. Su Chen focused his gaze and saw the words Doomsday Exchange Mall flashing at the top of the interface. The bottom of the words was divided into more than 10 columns, and the top few columns showed that it was unlocked. The 7 columns below were divided into 7 colors: gold, blue, yellow, white, purple, rainbow, and black. The items displayed in each color column were items that he had seen before. For example, the yellow column was all seed-type items. The more common, hard fruit seed, and bread tree seed, were all in the list. The exchange price was between 1-10 energy points. You're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.